Race.
Just got up. There it is. Make sure to watch.
All right, welcome, folks, to the second annual Ryan Sadusky Gobble Gobble 500. Welcome to the IWM Broadcast Network. We're still waiting for the race to come up on our screen, and once it does, we'll pull you in. I am Rick Souza, and I am joined in the booth with my two cohorts as part of the IWM Broadcast team. That's Jeff Needy and John DeRudris.
Yeah, Rick, it's going to be a fun race today, a long 500-mile event in the Ryan Sadusky Gobble Gobble 500. And like you said, waiting for everybody to get into this session and get this show on the road. I'm excited to see these ARCA cars here at Talladega, especially a 500-mile event. That poses a lot of different strategy plays for this afternoon.
Yeah, John, one of my favorite cars to drive on iRacing is the ARCA car. I've been running it a lot this week and just really enjoy that car. It's a lot of fun to drive. It's kind of a blast to the past in some ways, but it's a fun car. We've got some great drivers today. I mean, some really talented guys. Some of these guys we've been working with in the truck series, but they're in a different car today in this ARCA car. And we've also got some full-time drivers or part-time drivers from the real life NASCAR series in ARCA. And it's going to be, like you said, it's going to be a great race today.
Hey, we've also joined here in the booth by Jimmy Crow, who runs this league and also put together this event. Jimmy, could you take us through a bit about what we are expecting to see today and what the format is for today's event?
Well, first, I'm hoping we have a good race. I got a lot of faith in these drivers. We're going to qualify here in about 30 minutes, and then we're going to go into 3 heat races. It was a $25 entry fee. So what we're going to do is each winner of the heat races will win that fee back. So they'll start the 500 with the money in their pocket. Another reason why I did the heat races is to give guys a chance to warm up before we do tackle the 500. It is a long race, and we would like to race instead of pace. And again, Ryan Sadusky, this is my 5th year doing a Ryan Sadusky race. It's always an honor. Donald's a really good friend of mine. A lot of friends in the community. So I'm just glad to do it. It is the 2nd annual Gobble Gobble 500. The defending champ, Dave Butler, he's in the house today. And again, appreciate IWM Broadcast Network, all y'all for doing this. And again, I hope it's a great race for everybody.
Well, we're certainly looking forward to it. Also going to take this opportunity during this 30-minute practice session to bring in a number of drivers who are involved in today's event, as well as Donald Sadusky, who is the father of Ryan, who maybe can take us through and talk to us a bit about Ryan here. And so we'll try to pull him in momentarily so we can have that discussion. All right, so we are seeing a few competitors out now. Right now, this is basically just practice. So we'll show some of the last times or best times of who's on track and keep up to date. Again, this is ARCA. We typically cover most of these guys here in the truck series.
We've got some past winners racing with us today. Gabe Butler is a 2-time winner. And in fact is the defending winner of last year's Ryan Sadusky Gobble Gobble 500. Also Sebastian Marin, who is the points leader over in the truck series. He's a past winner. Brian Wang, past winner. And just going to be an exciting race today with a lot of great talent behind the wheel.
All right, I'm going to see if I can pull in Donald Sadusky and maybe we can get some information. Hey, Donald, good afternoon. It's Rick and John and Jeff in the broadcast booth, and we'd like to talk to you a little bit about today's event.
How you doing?
We're doing great. Hope you are.
Yeah, I'm good. I just have other people chatting in my ear on the other side.
I
I'm
understand
sure.
how that goes.
So if you just could give us a couple minutes here of your time, and we'll put you back in your with your team just to tell us a little bit about Ryan and about this event today and what you know.
Yeah. Well, Ryan was a great kid. You know, he was awesome. He was definitely into iRacing, and you know, it's tough to talk about because I get very emotional and all that stuff because
Totally understand.
it's tough.
Yep.
You know, and you know we like to go to races, but yeah, it's I truly miss him. I miss him, and I'm actually getting his younger brother into it now. He gets my rig. His younger brother Dalton.
That's great. I mean,
That's neat.
Speaking as a dad who has also lost a child at really the same age, I completely get it. I get it. So it's a very interesting world that we have our children in, and we hope that they can. Well, and sometimes they don't.
Yeah.
Don, what kind of what part of iRacing, what types of cars did Ryan like to drive?
Well, he liked the whole system. It didn't matter. It didn't matter. He was good. He's good at everything. You know, everything he got into. Actually, he actually calmed me down a little bit.
Did he have a favorite track?
Pocono.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Was that a local track for y'all?
Yeah. It's like 45 minutes away from me.
Jeff,
Okay.
You're from that area, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm from Pennsylvania originally, and in fact, Pocono was the first in-person NASCAR race I went to back when Kyle Petty won driving the Mellow Yellow car. That's been a long time ago, but always have loved that track.
Unique.
Yeah, it really is.
Angle.
Yeah. Very unique, very fun to drive. It's one of those love it or hate it tracks. I've talked to a lot of guys that don't like it, but a lot of guys that just love it, like me.
I love it. I'm the same thing, man. It's fun track. Like you said, it's a fun track to race.
Well, Don,
Right.
we really appreciate you making the time today to speak with us a little bit about Ryan, and we wish you all the best of luck today, and most importantly, just have some fun.
Yeah, exactly. I want to thank Jimmy and the crew for putting us on. You know, it means a lot to me, you know. And thank everybody for for joining. That means a lot. And the fans. And you guys up in the booth. Thank you.
You're welcome. We look forward
Absolutely.
to the race. So, again, good luck, and we'll see you out there. Hope to see you and talk with you at the end as well.
Good
Yes,
luck,
sir.
Don.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, that was Donald Sadusky. He's actually the dad of Ryan Sadusky, who this event is named after. So it's heartbreaking. I feel it. I've lived. You know, every pain is different, but after losing a child, I can tell you that it is some of the worst pain you will feel. So, all right, let's take this, change the subject a little bit, and
Yeah.
let's see if we can reach out to another driver, Gabe Butler. Let's see if we can bring Gabe into the booth as well. Hey Gabe, welcome to the broadcast booth.
Hey guys, how you doing today?
We're here. We're trying to
Good.
get some pre-race interviews done with you and some other drivers, and just talk a little bit about today and what your thoughts are. You've got both myself, Rick. You've got John Durgis and Jeff Eby here in the booth.
All right, yeah. Long race, looking forward to it. It's really all about remembering Ryan Seduski here. I didn't know Ryan, but I'm really good friends with his dad, here on iRacing. So looking forward to it. Looking forward to a good long race here.
Yeah, we had a chance to talk for a few minutes with Donald a few minutes ago, and you could really hear the pain is still fresh in his voice. But honor his son's memory, and and the fellowship of racing for sure. So.
But yeah, I mean, it's a great community for that type of stuff, and this time of the year, it's always kind of an emotional thing for Donald and his family. So it's a great testament of how he's respected here on iRacing with all these guys in here. We'll have a full 43 car field here tonight. So again, true testament to Donald and the type of person.
It's always a sad situation when you lose a family member, but I think one of the keys to moving on is to find a positive outlet to channel those emotions, to channel your activities, things like that. And Don mentioned that he and Ryan both loved iRacing, and to do a race like this in Ryan's honor, I think, is a great way to extend his memory to everybody that knew him.
Oh, absolutely, and you made a great point about the channeling your emotions there, and this I think is a great outlet for the likes of Donald to do that, and of course he's got a bunch of friends here on iRacing and in the community in general, and they're just all here to support him and be part of honoring young Ryan's memory.
All right, well, we appreciate you spending a few minutes with us before the race. We'll let you get back to your practice, and wish you all the luck.
Well, thanks, guys, and good luck in the broadcast.
Thanks so much, Gabe.
All right, that was Gabe Butler. Gabe Butler is a 500 champion, and actually is the defending champion from last year's Ryan Sadusky Gobble Gobble 500.
Yep, he definitely is going to be on my radar today to see if he can get the job done again and go back to back, which in any event is difficult to do, but especially here at Talladega with the drafting, with the cars, with the full 43 car field, he'll definitely be on my sheet to look at late in the race as we see Joe making his way down pit road. And that I think is something that is going to be a big factor here today, is just getting on and off pit road, guys. So we'll see who can master that as Joe makes his way down, testing pit road speed.
Yeah, good point, John. We've seen that in the truck series when these guys run the super speedways on Tuesday nights. They have some of the guys, and it's usually the guys that are running up front, have become very proficient at getting on and off pit road. They maximize their time. They get down to speed, pit road speed quickly, and get back up to speed quickly. And it's one of the keys, I think, to having a good super speedway race if we have some extended green flag runs.
So another driver
Absolutely.
that's out there that we would want to grab a few minutes to is Les Levy. Let's see if we can grab Les and get him to the broadcast booth. Hey Les, welcome to the broadcast booth. Got a few minutes? Les, can you hear us? Maybe try Les in a few minutes. Let's see if we can find Sebastian. Go through our drivers here. Sebastian in Coy. Oh, there he is. Hang on one second. Let's see if he's available. Sebastian.
Yes, sir. I got you.
Hey, welcome to the broadcast booth. You've got Rick, you've got John, and Jeff today.
Hey, how you guys doing?
We're doing well. Hope you are.
Real good.
Yeah, I'm doing great, man. Can't wait for this race to get going.
So 500 miles, 250 laps. What's going through your mind today?
To be honest, just stay out front. Just try to lead the race as much as possible, and worry about fuel later. Because it's such a long race, I'm not gonna worry about fuel in the early parts. I just want to be out front, stay out of trouble, and hopefully be there at the end.
Makes good sense. Now, obviously, this is the ARCA car. It's definitely faster than the current series or the truck series that's out there. Obviously, the margin of error is that much slimmer. What do you think would be your keys to today's event, besides staying out front?
Yeah, like you said, this car is faster, and it tends to wear out the right front, so the longer you go in the run, usually the tighter it gets. So I think for the race, it's just gonna maybe keep right side tires on it, because it'll help you out. This car doesn't really get loose. It just gets tighter and tighter as the long goes on. So just either take care of your right front if we do a really long green flag run, because if not, you will suffer the consequences. And just take right side tires to keep the car, nice and easy to drive.
Gotcha. All right, so we'll let you go. Let's get back to your practice, and we hope to hear from you at the end of the race.
I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Well, we saw John Garrett up in the lead there for a little while. John's one of the active ARCA drivers that's driving in this race today. But just as we started to talk about him, he slipped to third. Had two guys pop up in front of him. Noel Kors, who we know from the Truck Series, is leading the practice speeds right now, 49.821. And then just two 100s behind him, and it just changed again. Seems like every time they come around, somebody new is jumping to the front. These guys are getting better at drafting and building up some bigger packs and getting some pretty good lap times down right now.
Well, I especially think right now when you're seeing these three cars nose to tail, it's certainly going to be they're going to get some good speeds going.
Oh, sure, and those speeds are just going to increase once the race kind of gets underway, because obviously in big packs there's going to be a lot of checking up, there's going to be a lot of just maneuvering going around, but I think you'll see the fastest speeds in these smaller packs, so 3 cars, 4 cars, 5 cars, to where big packs you have to check up at times, and you have to just choreograph that to a T, compared to where 2 or 3 cars or 4 cars, there's less air in that pack. As you see the 052 drop to the back here as they move to the top of the board. Those 3 drivers in, well, you see that's a little too aggressive of a bump draft, and they already collected the other car as well. But that's something that I know these drivers are very skilled at, is driving in packs and driving 1, 2, 3, even maybe sometimes 4 wide, which I won't rule out here. 4 wide at Talladega. I mean, if it comes down to a last restart, we may see 4 wide for a few laps.
I was just impressed the way John Garrett saved that in that wreck, didn't hit the inside wall, and made it back to pit road for repairs.
Oh yeah, that was a great save. He came so close to that inside wall, and just shows the experience that he has driving the real thing and driving in iRacing to be able to save that.
All right, let's see if we can bring in one more driver and talk a bit about. Let's see if Kevin Freeze is available. Kevin, welcome to the broadcast booth.
Hey, how you guys doing?
We're good. You've got John and Jeff and Rick here. We figured we'd try to grab you before we got done with practice and just talk about your thoughts for today.
Oh, hoping to have a nice, clean race for a while and stay out of trouble and try and save as much fuel as I can for the first 3 quarters probably. And hopefully still have my fast repairs at the end and be able to go out and have some fun.
Sure. Now, at Talladega, a lot of it is about teamwork. So when choreographing all of that, do you have to choreograph that going on the pit road as well to make sure you pit with your teammates, come off the pit road with your teammates to make sure you all stay together, or are you just trying to basically stay at the front of the field?
Just gonna see what the flow of the race is. If it's relatively calm, that I hope it is in the beginning, I'll try and stay towards the front of the field, hopefully not leading a line, because that'll just take all the fuel mileage away. But the single most important thing in terms of pitting is actually how you exit. You want to exit as tight as you can. This way you're up to speed right away. You're not having to lift to wait for somebody, or somebody is just so far ahead that once you catch them, you have to make the decision of, do I check up for them or do we go around them? And then somebody has to slow down to actually pick them up. But pit exit is what really makes a difference in terms of how effectively your pit stops are, and if you can hopefully break away from some groups of drivers that don't have the best pit exit.
One of the things that we talked about a little bit earlier, Kevin, was fuel mileage, and you hit on it a little bit there, but tell us why, because we've seen, as we've talked to drivers, we've seen different fuel strategies. Tell us why you think that saving in that early part of the race is your best bet.
In the early part, because then you can just make that final pit stop. I'm not exactly sure what the full fuel run is, but you want to make that final pit stop as short as you can, just so you have that small little advantage on the other drivers in the field. Just looking for anything throughout these whole races that can separate you, give you some track position at the end, because once it goes 3 wide, I mean, I'm willing to go 4 wide, it's just doesn't always end the best.
Yeah, makes total sense. Thank you.
All right. Well, Kevin, thank you for your time. We'll try to send you back to your team.
Thank you, guys, and I hope you all enjoy the race out there. Hopefully we put on a good show for you. And yeah, make these 500 miles go by pretty quick.
Sounds great. Thanks again.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right. That was Kevin Freeze, another driver in today's event. Appreciate the folks that are following and have logged in to our broadcast here at the IWM Broadcast Network.
We've been watching these guys running larger and larger packs. We talked earlier to Sebastian Marin. He's at the top of the leaderboard right now with a 49.563, which is fastest time we've seen all day, obviously. And just as soon as we say it, Paul Witt jumps in there with a 49.214.
Well,
Man,
we need to find Mr. Matt Swope, because Matt's currently on the top of the leaderboard, along with Guerrero and Carpenter with a 48
all tied.
flat.
Yeah.
Oh wow, look at that. Yeah, mine my iRacing leaderboard hasn't updated yet. The one on the stream is real time. I'm looking at lap by lap. Wow, 48 flat. That's amazing. Then to have 3 guys at once on a 48 flat, they must have been bumper to bumper to bumper the entire way around.
I believe they were. I believe it was a 5-car pack, which nose to tail, and just as we said that,
Yeah.
47.81 for the 23 and the 18. Here we
Look
go.
at that.
Now, here we got some action here. There's the 23 and the 18 going around the outside of the 24 machine. That's the 16 as well, and the 000 save it.
Wow, what a save.
Yeah, these
Yeah.
cars, I know from experience, you have to be very, very careful if you are going to push. It can work, but you have to be very, very careful because of the way that nose is so angled in. gets underneath that bumper, and you'll just completely turn somebody around. We'll see what their fastest lap is. They may improve on that 47.8 right here as they hit the line just now. They did not improve on it, but still.
Yeah, that little dance on the backstretch probably slowed them a little bit, but that was quite a save by the 18.
The 23 of Sebastian Marin, who we spoke to earlier in the broadcast, is right up there with that 47.81, followed closely behind by Zachary Lima in the 18. The watch these got new cars and new names and paint schemes to pay attention to.
Yeah, exactly. It's fortunately some of the guys we're familiar with in the truck series are running the same number that they run there, but different paint jobs, different car. Everything looks a little different. Be exciting to keep track of it all.
Yep, that's the 15 of Noel Kors. He's another driver we've seen in the truck series as well. And, we've got the 28 of Kevin Fries as well, who we also spoke with today. Well, we take this opportunity to kind of go over the race info for today.
Alrighty, so in today's second annual Ryan Sadusky 500, brought to you by Wow Video Tours, Levy Designs, The Pit Stall, and Over the Top Designs, there's a 5-minute qualifying session which will start here in about 2.5 minutes, followed by 3 heat races to determine the starting order for this race. You have 3 quick repairs and limited tires, 2 green-white checkers, and 250 laps for today's event. That's a long time. That's 500 miles. It is a long race here, and temperature looks good. The track's cool, so hopefully grip levels will be a little bit higher as these ARCA cars make their way around the high banks of Talladega. As you see the 23 car and the 29 car in the background going nose to tail. See what they're able to do for a lap time.
Yeah, when you get a race that's that long, 250 laps, you hear NASCAR drivers in real life talk about sometimes you just go while you're driving. It's not as easy to do that at home when you're sitting in your seat and you're wearing your street clothes. Some of these guys, this is things us old guys think about. Where are the bathroom breaks? When's intermission? It's a long race, and these guys have and think, that's all in jest, but think about the concentration. I ran a 30-lap super speedway race earlier today, and just the concentration, and these guys are going to do it for 250 laps. So my hat's off to them. That's a tall undertaking.
Yep, battle of attrition for sure, as these guys try to make one final stand at the top of the board. But it looks like the 23 of Marin is going to be your fastest time here. Well, tied really with Lima there at 47.81. As qualifying is about to commence here in about 30 seconds.
Yeah, that should set the order for those heat races, and the heat races will be used to determine the starting order and the grid for the 500 event.
These heat races too, 8 laps. That's quick. There's not gonna, you're looking at a 250 lap race, but an 8 lap race to set the starting order. So these guys are going to be on it from the green flag.
Oh yeah, there is not going to be much lifting there as the cars disappear, which means the checkered flag is approaching practice, and qualifying is about to commence now. They have 1 lap to qualify. Quick, gotta make it good. Can't make any mistakes. But we'll see who moves to the top of the board for today's Ryan Sadusky Gobble Gobble 500. So
looks like everybody's heading out now. See looks like the 18 right there. I saw the 27, the 21, the 25 all headed out. Get these qualifying laps in. Just a 1 lap qualifying session to keep things moving.
Right now we've got Michael Carpenter coming out. He's actually in the IWM Broadcast Network paint scheme for his team.
Michael's a good super speedway racer. We've all raced against him on super speedways and other tracks as well. Nice to see him out here in the field today.
As these laps begin to be completed, see how it'll tick off. So one of the things you may see as a viewer today is that the car may say 80 like this one does, but that number that pops up says 31. That's just something that the driver didn't quite get figured out prior to getting in the car today, but we'll try to do our best to keep you updated.
He is going about 181 down this backstretch, 182.
We can bring in that dashboard from his onboard telemetry.
And we are going to see a lot of time start to populate right here within the next 30 seconds.
Well, here they come.
Yep, here they come.
As it stands, the 27 of Coruscant is at the top with a 52.33.
Oops. Looks like somebody's trying to replace him there.
Yeah.
There it is.
Oh.
Sebastian Marin. Oh,
Yep.
and now he's going to drop.
See who is making his way to the
Man,
top.
Look at those times. 1/100th of a second separating 1, 2, and 3, and then 3 and 5. P5 and P6 running identical times. Just amazing the precision that these guys all drive with. We're going to see a very, very tight field here.
Yep, there's Kevin that just got to the top of the board at a 32, or my bad, a 52.32, followed by Marin. Identical times there for first and second. Same for third and fourth. Same for fifth and sixth. And then basically a four-way tie for 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th at a 52.35. There are a few drivers that have not made their way onto the track yet, but times are still flowing in. That's the 82, I believe, of Matt Swope that we're showing on the screen. And then the
Logan Helton.
63. Yep. Little loot.
Whoa.
He may be just testing
his tires.
doing something, testing out how wobbly these ARCA cars get in off the corner, or just trying to prepare for maybe if he has to make any evasive maneuvers, which is always a possibility here at Talladega.
We see Logan Helton in the truck series. He's been in most of the races, not all of them, but phenomenal young driver, 18 years old, and just always running at the front of the field when he's in these truck series, and looks like he's going to try to do that here today.
I think he may run out of time, though, as the 5-minute clock for qualifying is about to end here in 3 seconds.
Yep, and he pulls into the pits.
So 4 drivers did not qualify for today's event in the heats. Zachary Workman, Logan Helton, BK Anderson, as well as Jimmy Crow. They did not put up a qualifying time, I believe. Or my bad, that's practice time. Jimmy Crow and Todd Siebels did not put up qualifying times. So here is Heat 1 of the Ryan Sadusky 500. So at the top of the... Go ahead, Rick, go ahead.
Okay, you've got Kevin Freeze in the 29 in first. We've got Zachary Lima on the outside in the 18th. Gabe Butler is behind Kevin in the 88. And Paul Witt is behind Zachary Lima in the 429. Behind Gabe on the inside, Joe Del Vecchia in the 052. And JD Crow on the outside in the 5. On the inside, Logan Helton in the 63, who we just saw. And Dave Bond in the 33 on the outside. Jay Hilliard in the 20 is in 9th. And Dean Wilkinson in 10th in the 55. In the back of the pack, you've got Noah Kors in the 15 and Bud Steele in the 6. I think that's our first.
Oh, two more.
I believe it's two more.
Yep, we've got Adam.
We lost our numbers.
Yep. Well, it's the benefit, the love of software and how things go. You've got Adam Robertson in 13th and Jimmy Crow Jr. is sitting in 15th.
Yep, that Adam Roberson's another one of our ARCA team members. He is an active team member with Man Motorsports in the ARCA series. It's nice to have some real-life drivers and team members riding along, driving along today. It's going to put on a good show.
All right, so as we make our way around in the first heat event, pretty much everybody who is in the heat, they're able to make it through to the event. Is for just a starting order.
So I just got word from race control that there will be no cautions in the heats, which means if there's a wreck, there's a wreck. So you're gonna start wherever you finish or wherever you tow here in these three heats. The first heat is going to feature 14 drivers. Second heat's going to feature 14, and the last heat is going to feature 13 drivers.
Well, with no yellow flags, maybe they won't get as crazy at the beginning. They'll wait till closer to the end of their heat to really get a little wild on us. But it's coming up into just out of turn 4 there.
Race cars drop below the yellow line.
Nose to tail for Heat 1 of the Ryan Sadusky 500, led by the 29 machine. And we have green flag racing here in Heat 1. 29 doesn't get the start that he was expecting. 18 is to the top.
Got a good jump on him there in that 18 with a good push from the 429.
Got to be careful with that push, though. These cars are so easy to, with that slanted nose, to upset the rear end of the car in front of you.
Yep. So far, it looks like they're trying to play nice, get up close to that bumper, but hopefully not touch it and not send somebody flying the wrong direction.
If you're just tuning in, you're tuning into the first heat race here at the second annual Ryan Sadusky 500. We've got 43 drivers here, and right now we're determining the starting order with with 3 heat races, and you're watching the first.
For lead lap 1 of Heat 1, you have Kevin Frias, who on the bottom side was your pole sitter, fastest qualifier. He is leading Heat 1.
This all comes down to the best lap, and now you're seeing them begin to look and explore the, is there a third line? Can we go 3 wide here in Talladega?
It's going to happen. It's going to happen. That's something. We'll see who makes that move first. It looks like we have a couple drivers in the back trying to get that started.
my guess is we'll see somebody soon from that middle row pull out and join them, probably when they see if they get any sort of a run. Somebody's going to join in and join that party and hopefully get to the front. Donald Sandusky, the father of Ryan Sadusky, who this race is named in honor of, just dropped out. Had one of those awful upload packet loss messages and slipped out for a little bit, but he just rejoined, so he'll still be able to stay with us.
Right now, this action is getting heated up as we're going to go 4 wide through the tri-oval here.
Oh boy.
And it says 9 laps to go in this event. That is not accurate. We actually have 4 laps to go. We are on lap 4 of 8. So just letting you know, as we're now 3x3x3, and the top lane is led by JD Crow, followed by Jimmy Crow, and the 20 of Jay Hillard there.
We are 3x3 right now. Yeah, we're ignoring the number of laps. We'll try to keep you updated here with the counters at our fingertips. But right now, we're about halfway through this first heat race. And we are 3 wide here at Talladega.
Look at the 39 push to 5 on the outside. Don't know how that's going to work in the exit of the corner, but they kept it all straight. You have 4 cars in the bottom lane, 5 cars in the middle, and 4 cars up top. With aggressive pushing by Jimmy Crow up in the high lane, trying to get him and JD to the front.
They're doing a good job of it so far. That third line that was non-existent is now up there challenging for the lead. And Kevin Freeze in that 29 machine is having a little bit tougher time staying up with the leaders there.
I believe our lap counter just got fixed as we just did approach 3 to go. JD drops to the bottom side, leaves the 39-20 all the way at the top. He's like, hey guys, sorry, I want to start out front in this event, so I'm going to go to the bottom side. We'll see what he's able to do. You have the card backing out. That is the 88 machine of Gabe Butler.
Just as we expected, this is going to come down to the wire. Three lanes. That third lane's dropped back a little bit now, but when you get to the straightaways, they'll pick up some momentum and get back up there, I think.
With 2 laps to go, they are pushing 198 miles an hour going into turn 1. JD Crow is your leader in the 5. But Zachary Lima there in the 18 in the middle lane is looking to disrupt that party.
Not sure if it's not enough cars in that third lane. They've only got 3, but they're just having a little bit tougher time. They've got back up there now, that 39 machine of Jimmy Crow. But they have such a further distance to travel on that outside lane. They slip back in the corners.
They do, and if I am not mistaken, I believe they may be coming to the white flag.
Yeah, we've lost that counter again. I think you're right, but I can't say for sure.
It says they're on lap 8, and if it's an 8-lap heat race, then that is accurate.
Yep.
Here we go.
Oh,
yep, it's definitely last lap. '29 is all over the back bumper of JD Crow, but that high line being pushed by Jay Hillard is moving Jimmy Crow to the lead.
Little blink in there. Jimmy Crow's drafting partner was fading on him there.
Here we go to the line. Little contact between the 5 and the 18. Who's going to make it? I believe it's going to be Jay. Oh, no, it's not. It's a 29. The 29 machine of Kevin Freese, your pole sitter, brings home the win in Heat 1.
Wow, what an ending. You knew it was going to happen sooner or later, right?
Yeah, that's correct. So he was our first entry there for the first heat race, and so we'll see how that plays out. Bear with us through the software. It's it seems our broadcast software is struggling a bit with this heat format, but we'll do our best. I'm sure we'll be fine by the race broadcast after the heat.
So as it stands right now, the 29 machine will start on the pole for the Ryan Sadusky 500 here.
Congratulations, Kevin Freese. What a great job. One of the drivers in the truck series on Tuesday nights that you can watch right here on the IWM Broadcasting Network. Always running up front at those events, and looks like he's going to continue that tradition here tonight.
All right, so for heat number 2, you've got Zachary Workman. Let's make sure we've got that correct here. You've got Sebastian Marin out front. You've got Richard Sanchez on the outside. You've got Zachary Workman in third place in the 25. Everett Lane in the 24 in fourth. Thomas Holder in the 00 in fifth. Dale Willoughby in seventh. Mr. Les Levy is in the 62 and 7th. Vincent Guerrero is in the 16 and 8th. David Overstreet in 9th. Luke Gray in 10th. Mr. Anderson in the 32 and 11th. Harold Decker in the 21 is in 12th. And the rest, if not, we'll just call it out. In 13th, you've got Michael Carpenter. He's in 12th. In 13th, Todd Siebels. And 14th was Luke Gray. I'm not sure he's currently still showing. We'll just see if we have a technical difficulty with the entry.
Watching those names pop up on the screen there, we saw a lot of American flags there. Most of our drivers being from the United States. The one exception there was proudly flying the Puerto Rican flag. Sebastian Marin lives in Puerto Rico, a U.S. territory, but they have their own flag. And Sebastian in the truck series doing a great job. He missed the very first race of the season because of a hurricane that hit Puerto Rico. He lost his internet and lost power, wasn't able to race, but managed to come back, and now he's leading the points even though he's one race down.
That is definitely impressive there for Sebastian to do that. Definitely proves his skill as a driver. Pace car is about to make its way down the long pit road here at Talladega, and we are about to get the green flag for heat number 2, and we're off, I believe. Maybe, oh, no, a little jump there. They fooled me. Not going to fool me again, though. Let's see.
That outside line is beginning to pick up the pace, and it's wheel to wheel, and green
here
flag.
We go.
All right, this is green flag for heat number 2.
The 510 got a good jump. Stayed right with Sebastian there on those on that start. Not so much for the rest of the line there in that center row, but they'll catch up here shortly, I think.
That's the thing about these cars. There's lots of power, and they're able to drive back up and catch up if they can catch a little bit of that draft.
Absolutely. That's what we're seeing right now with that outside line starting to form up a little bit. The inside's probably going to have the advantage coming out of turn 4. But that outside line has tried to form up. We may have a third lane that's already starting here on lap 1, led by the 46 machine of David Overstreet, who gets left out there.
Like he's got Michael Carpenter in the 80 trying to work his way to his back bumper and pick him up.
Leading lap 1, the 510 of Richard Sanchez. 7 laps to go.
That's a good move by Michael Carpenter, I think. That's one of the disadvantages in these heat races. When you start from the back, you don't have a lot of time to get to the front, and you can't get there just riding in line. You've got to make something happen. And those two guys are out there in that outside row trying to do just that.
Carolina's going to need another car out there to help them if they're going to get anywhere near the front of this pack.
I agree. You have some 3 wide going on in the back as
Ooh,
2
there we
cars
go.
move up to the high line. There they go on cue. That's going to bring the 21 to the back bumper of the 24 machine in the middle. As the 16's up high, 510 is in the middle, and the 23 is down low. That is Guerrero, Sanchez, and Marin.
We've seen here in the past the inside, the 510 drops down to take the lead now in front of Sebastian Marin in the 23. I was saying that we see the inside lane has a slight advantage just because of the distance on that inside row. It's not as far to get the whole way around the track. You have a little bit shorter distance to go, gives you a little bit of an advantage. Now Sebastian Marin moves up to that middle row and takes the lead back.
He does, now being pushed by the 24 machine of Everett Lane. 4 out of 8 laps complete, coming to lap 5 of the 8-lap heat race. 3 by 3 by 3 by 3 going into turn 3.
That outside lane by led by Vincent Guerrero is trying to make a run. They've got 4 cars in line now. If they can all stay together, maybe they can get back up and challenge.
It looks like they're having a little bit of a hard time just kind of staying in order up there. Not many cars up there. The majority are on the bottom, which is just going to strengthen that inside line even more as they exit turn 2.
Seeing the 23 of Sebastian Marin moving from line to line to try and find what works best for him. This is better partner to move forward. 510 of Richard Sanchez is currently leading that low line.
Yeah, the outside line started to make a run for it there. They've got 4 cars now, which makes it a little more evenly matched, but they're still just a little too far apart. They've got to get better organized if they want to get enough of a run to get to the front.
You've got Vincent Guerrero on the outside along with a pushing partner of BK Anderson.
And we just hit lap 6 out of 8, so only a few more laps to go here. In Heat 2, nobody giving anybody any leeway. Inside line major checkup, 7's down to the apron. It's a 52 that let him back in, or the 62 rather. So this is going to shake up the field.
Saw that,
Big shakeup.
can't see the number, but that red and white car dropped down to that inside line to try to take advantage of that space.
Here we are coming to 2 to go. Outside line has a major run, led by the 16.
Yeah, so did the inside line. Sebastian Marin moved to the center and just got in the sucker hole there for a moment.
We saw how exciting the trial was for heat race number 1 as we are now approaching the 1 to go side. Oh, little tap there. They
Contact.
kept it straight. Kept it straight still with Sebastian Marin out front in the 23 machine. Coming to the white flag this time by. There's Michael Carpenter in the back going to the middle line, trying to make a move here, making a late surge. He's going to, the 7 gets turned by the 62. White flag is in the air as they approach the start finish line. 1 to go.
We stay green. That little spin back there not causing a problem on the track.
3 down low, 5 in the middle, 2 on the outside. And as soon as we say that, it all shuffles up. Carpenter down to the low side. find a path there.
Oh, you have the 52, I think, got in the, or the 32 got in the wall a little bit. That stalled the 16's progress. Here they come out of turn 4. Richard Sanchez at the point, being pushed. But here
Center
comes
line
the 16. Are they going to get to the front of the 510? I think they might. It's going to be close. Yes, he does. 16.
Wow.
Richard was it Richard Sanchez? No. Yes, no. Vincent Guerrero. Vincent Guerrero with the push from Sebastian Marin wins heat race number 2.
All right. Well, just like that, we're getting ready for our final heat race of the day.
These guys do not disappoint on the excitement meter, do they?
Not at all.
Nope.
That's I love that about super speedway racing. It's harrowing to be in the middle of it, but boy, for spectators, it doesn't get much better.
All right. John, you want to give it a call?
Absolutely. So starting first in the last heat race before the Ryan Sadusky 500, you have Steve Korosek in first, Eric Laurie in second, Charles M. Johnson starting in third, Patrick Grover starting in fourth, John Grover starting in fifth, Cody Niegels starting in sixth with John Garrett in seventh, Michael Howlett starting in eighth, Matt Swope in ninth, and Rob Connors rounding out your top 10. Donald Sadusky starting in P11. Brian Rainville, who just tuned in on YouTube, says wish him luck. Well, good luck, Brian, starting in 12th, and Brian Wang from Canada in 13th. Same thing with both Brians from Canada here. So
Yep. It's exciting to see this becoming an international event.
it definitely is. We have multiple nations being represented here, and right now, this is the final race before the 500-mile event.
Well, just like the drivers are getting warmed up, we're getting warmed up, getting ready to go for a long, long time during this 500-mile event, 250 laps, as this third heat race gets ready to get underway. Looking forward to this one. The first two heats were great show, good racing the whole way through, and then get a little bit crazy at the end. But I think we can expect probably the same in this third.
Yeah, these are all familiar races to us. If you've watched us on Tuesday nights for the Super Speedway Kings Truck Series, you'll see a lot of familiar names and driver faces. So we stay tuned in for our whole event tonight. It's going to be 500 miles, 250 laps here in Talladega, the second annual Ryan Sadusky 500.
Race car is off, getting ready to go down pit road. Guys making their way to the Geico restart zone, but they'll go on the green flag for the beginning of this race.
Green flag about to wave. And there we go.
There it is.
And Brian Rainville actually just commented in the chat. He says 188 laps, which I think is actually correct because it's 2.66 miles. And so I believe it is going to be a 188 lap event, where we showed 250 before on the race info. But either way, we have 4 wide already, with the car being left, I guess, in the second lane from the bottom. I don't want to say it's the middle lane, but the 27 there being left and kind of going to the back.
Yeah.
With that low line, you've got the 66 of John Garrett. He's got Matt Swope, I think, as his pusher.
John Garrett, ARCA Series driver, on the bottom lane.
Seth Hoover on the outside.
You have two teammates up at the top.
Two brothers, actually, as well.
Exactly. Yep, same team, same car, without different numbers, same last name.
Yep, there's a hint there.
Just a little.
In the truck series, they like to run the Mario Brothers schemes. One will be Mario, one will be Luigi.
Or Yoshi. Oh.
Yoshi, yeah.
We have some chaos. Are we going to wreck? Yeah, we are.
Oh,
There's
there
the
it
teammates
is.
right to the 26. And we're still wrecking, but obviously it's a heat race. No cautions are going to be thrown, as we now have kind of a breakaway up here at the front. Grover, Johnson, Garrett, and Swope have prevailed as the top four, making their way around turn 2 right now.
Well, it's relatively early.
Jimmy Crow immediately. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Rick.
So it's relatively early in this heat race. Those guys are a bit back behind this back. You can catch up, but they get organized.
Jimmy Crow's watching this heat since he was in an earlier heat and immediately got on the radio to tell the drivers to be extremely careful pushing in the turns. You do not want to make contact in the turns. With the front end on these cars, we've talked about it repeatedly. You can send somebody pretty squirrely just on the straightaway. You do it in the turn, and it's almost a guarantee that they're going around.
What the 19 car right there being pushed by the 27 of Steven Korosek, pushing Donald Sadusky up to the front. Now we got another wreck forming. That is the 02, the 071, and I believe the 086 involved as well.
Well, you got to get back out there because there are no cautions. You've got to get moving, and it's how you finish. So
exactly. If you can get your car to move, you want to do it.
the challenge is with this car is the damage model is pretty extensive. If you've wrecked, you've gotten some good damage, it's going to be moving.
Yeah, they told us to expect several tow-ins tonight. A lot of times you can drive your car back to pit road if you're damaged and save time. But tonight we won't see as much of that. That 66 car leading this six-car pack breakaway. And everybody else just trying to play catch-up at this point.
So as it stands right now with 4 laps to go in heat race number 3 to set the field, you have John Garrett out front leading that inside lane. You have the 27 of Steven Korosek in a high lane.
The inside lane has the advantage going into these corners, and you see him pull out in front, maybe a car length or so. And then once we get back to the straightaways again, that center row will start to move forward.
Some great action side by side here in this third heat race here at the second annual Ryan Sadusky 500. This will set the final grid for our field. Had a few earlier incidents. That's why we're focusing on these 6 cars. Herman leading this group. We'll see how it finishes out.
Yep, two to go.
Yeah, we've got the rest of the field. We have some guys still in the pits. They realized they had too much damage to go on, and then we've got a few guys that are about a straightaway behind, and then the 33 car about a little over half a lap behind.
There goes Matt Swope to the middle lane, which theoretically should give more power to that outside line, but we'll see what happens as we are coming to the white flag here in heat race number 3. Field being led by John Garrett and Steven Korosek. White flag waves.
Here's where the excitement begins. Now Matt's pushed out to the third line, which is going to help that middle lane go.
Not sure. Here comes the inside line as it normally does. Getting that run. We'll see what the middle lane does. Is John going to block? He does not. But here comes Matt Swope to the outside of the 60. Trying to side draft his way up, which you can do in these cars all by yourself.
And he's making it work. He's a little too far away now, but we'll see him come back down.
See if he can grab a couple more spots. Here we go. Race to the line. Oh, we're wrecking. Maybe not.
Contact.
Not wrecking, but it's between the 66 and the 27. I think the inside line's going to prevail here, which means not going to say anything too soon, but John Garrett wins heat race number 3.
Got the number 9 of Charles Johnson in second, Steve Cooper second, third, Matt Swope in fifth, and Donald Sadusky is in fifth. All right,
There
that
you go.
finishes our heat races. Just like we have come to expect with these guys and with these drivers, this is the excitement that we're looking forward to for our main event.
Listening to the radios is always fun with these guys. They're very respectful of each other on the radio. Not like some of the rookie class races that you see on iRacing where somebody gets a little loose and bumps somebody and that guy's all upset and swearing at them. These guys really treat each other with respect, try to drive each other with respect, and it shows on the racetrack. I mean, you do see contact. We've proven that today. But when, from what I've heard, when there is contact, guys will take responsibility for it and talk about what they could have done better. Other guys encouraging each other, congratulating each other for a good push or good leader, things like that. And always good to hear how it should be done on the radios.
So while we take this opportunity, there's about a minute left of just some warm-up and practice. We can recapture just to kind of go back over our race format. You've got 188 laps. That's been corrected by the truck. 3 quick repairs. So if you're not familiar with iRacing, that's pretty much a redo, a second life, a chance to get back out with a car that is in brand new condition, and with a race of this length, it's appreciated, I'm sure. Tires are unlimited, and it's really going to be about that right side. And if it happens to go all the way, we do have 2 green-white checkers, which would help if the race isn't decided or a green flag flies towards the end. We will fit it under a green-white checker format.
Yeah, we have some conflicting information on that. Either that or I wrote it down wrong. I thought Jimmy told us early in the show that we were going to have 3 green-white checkers. But I think we'll see when we get there. Hopefully we don't need any of them.
All right. Well, that's the end of our practice session. That little bit of a warm-up. You're going to see the drivers begin to come onto grid. Let's see if we can bring in let's see if the grid will work.
Here we go.
It does. Here we go. John, take it away.
Absolutely. So starting on the pole for the second annual Ryan Seduski 500, brought to you by Wow Video Tours, Levy Designs, the Pit Stall, and Over the Top Designs. You have Kevin Freese in P1 in second, Vincent Guerrero third, John Garrett, and to his outside, Paul Witt in P4. In fifth, you have Richard Sanchez. In sixth, Charles M. Johnson. In seventh, you have Joe Delavecchia, there we go. If I say it once, I can say it also. Sorry, Joe. Joe Delavecchia in seventh, Sebastian Merritt in eighth, Steve Kors second, ninth, and Noel Kors is in 10th.
Jeff?
Looks like we've got Zachary Workman in, there we go, thank you, in 11th, Matt Swope in 12th, Bud Steele following them in 13th, Thomas Holder in that 00 truck in 14th, Donald Sadusky, father of Ryan Sadusky, is in 15th. Logan Helton, that 18-year-old driver with Alliance Motorsports, in 16th. Michael Carpenter with the iRacing Warriors Motorsports in 17th. Got Brian Rainville in 18th. David Bone in 19th. And in 20th, BK Anderson from Indiana.
In 21st, you've got Patrick Groover in the 01. On the outside, you've got Jimmy Crow Jr. in the 39. In 23rd position, David Overstreet in the 46. And Patrick's twin brother, Seth, is in the 02 in 24th position. Dean Wilkinson in the 55 is in 25th position. Harold Decker is in 26th. Brian Wang in 27th. Adam Roberson in 28th. Todd Siebels in 29th, Eric Laurie in 30th, Gabe Butler in 31st, Les Levy is in 32nd, Cody Niegels in 33rd, Jay Butler in 34th. Les Levy, we covered him in 32nd, 34th, Jay Hilliard 35th, Everett Lane in 35th, Michael Howard in 36th, Zachary Lima in 37th, Dale Willoughby in the 7 and 38th, Robert Connors in the 26th and 39th. J.D. Crow is in the 40th position in number 5. And at the tail end of the field, Luke Gray is in 41st position.
All right, Rick. Well, just before they get this race started, I'm going to give you my 3 keys. Number 1, you got to have your fuel strategy decided on. You got to know what you're doing from fuel. Second, you have to work with your team, and teamwork has to be the key of the race. And third, your pit strategy in the pit road matters. PRM, pit road matters here, especially getting on and getting off pit road is what we've seen some other drivers talk about here in tonight's event. Pace car makes his way down pit road. We're about to get started in the second annual Ryan Seduski 500, led to you by the 29 of Kevin Frias. They entered the Geico restart zone, and we have green flag racing here at Talladega.
You hear those motors winding up. Kevin got a great jump. The 66 of John Garrett didn't stay with him at first. Now has to fight his way back up there, which gives that center line a little bit of a jump, but they're not quite organized yet either. So we'll see how long it takes at 29. Not very long to get back up to the front.
Side by side, still in our 2x2. Farther back in the field, we got a third lane to get into the bubble. See somebody exploring that third lane opportunity.
And here they come. Leading lap 1 is going to be the 16 of Vincent Guerrero.
Vincent won that second heat race that got him that prime track position to get this race started with. That was one of the other things we heard drivers say prior to the start of the race, that track position was going to be important today. It's so much easier to run up front when you start up front. So if the guys that are up there can stay there, they make their day a lot easier.
They also stay out of the potential of somebody else. There's often that you want to be in the casualty or the friendly fire that may take place if someone else gets wrecked.
Yeah, we've seen in some of the real life NASCAR series, guys talk about running at the back on these long races, run at the back at the beginning of the race, just to let things sort itself out without risking getting in one of those multi-car crashes that so often happen on super speedways.
You know, and speaking about that, it really is just a matter of mindset, because being out front here in any car is nerve-wracking, especially if you are in the middle row or the outside lane. You're kind of, you know, you got to keep your P's and Q's. You got to know what's going on all around you, where if you go to the back, you can kind of, you know, settle down a little bit, give yourself a couple outs if you got the inside line. And you're not, your heart rate isn't as high as if you're leading the pack, and that's just from personal experience. Because if it was a 16 right now and I saw 40 other hungry dogs behind me, 2 and 3 wide. I'm like, okay, well, at least I'm out front, but what's going to happen? Who's going to pass me? I got to be out here and, also got to talk about fuel strategy, too. Being out front wastes more gas than being second in line.
Yep. Yeah, I saw the Altel car there drop down onto the apron to go to the back, but it looks like he did not come back. All of a sudden, his car disappeared. So he may have disconnected. We've had a few guys, two drivers that have disconnected so far.
Well, folks, this is what you have come to see. 3 by 3 by 3 by, can't even tell how many rows of 3 there for this. As the 23 drops down to the middle lane, we've seen him do this before. 23 car, Sebastian Marin takes the point coming out of turn 2, but the bottom lane is as a fierce momentum led by the 16 of Mitchell Guerrero.
Looks like a parade right now. Those all 3 lanes are staying in formation, running almost evenly. Now that third lane's starting to drop back into turn. But just really impressed with the driving of these guys. This is not an easy task. So many things to think about. One of the things that I've heard people say, well, on a super speedway, all you do is mash it to the floor and turn left. Well, it's a lot more than that. They're thinking fuel strategy. We heard Jimmy Crow talking earlier about those right side tires. So these guys running up front, you can bet that they may not be quite as fast as they normally would be because they want to be careful on that right front tire. If this goes for a long green run, that could cause problems late in the run.
As the drivers begin to settle down and pick their lanes and pick their dancing partners, Vincent Guerrero continues to show us a way around this track.
Decides to go to the middle lane, coming to the start-finish line because that's where he thought the momentum was going to be. And that 29, your pole sitter now moves to the bottom to the point. Jeff, like you were saying, it's the nerves here at Talladega, especially 5, 6, 7 rows deep of 3 wide racing. It may just be, you may just be pressing the gas and turning left, but the concentration it takes, the situational awareness of knowing where you are on the track, how close you are to the driver in front of you, behind you, to the left, to the right. It's something like no other racing really provides, and on any level. You're not racing this close to around this many cars at this rate of speed, really in any other kind of racing outside of super speedway racing. So it definitely provides an interesting skill set to be able to do this and do it effectively, which we're seeing all these drivers here do today.
So we've got the 01 of Patrick. He is leading that third line, that attempt to bring that third group up to the front. We've got the 19 behind him.
That 19 is Don Sadusky, father of Brian. And, it's a 39. I thought it was the 19 as well. It looks like it's the 39 of Jimmy Crow.
You are correct. It is the 39 of Jimmy Crow, who is right behind Patrick Hoover.
We see this in the truck races on Tuesday night, that about the time we start to call somebody in a certain position, everything changes before we can get the words out of our mouth. You can see on the listing there on the left that shows us what place drivers are in. It's just constantly changing. Look at that. It's just moving all the time as these rows shuttle back and forth and the different lanes get a run or get bogged down.
All right, we thank you for tuning in to the IWM broadcast of the second annual Ryan Sadusky 500. I'm your host, Rick Susan, joined here in the booth by my co-host, John Drudris and Jim Logan. I'm going to bring this to you and bring you this memorial race. Mr. Ryan Sadusky.
We talked earlier about fuel strategy being one of the keys to the race, and we learned from the drivers before the race began that we could expect 40, maybe 41 miles on a green flag run as far as the fuel window is concerned. Those guys that are out in the lead, as John mentioned, are not getting as good a mileage as people behind them because they're the ones out front pushing the air. And we're only 10 laps in, so we've still got a ways till we get to that first green flag pit stop. And we hope that we make it all that way, and we see some green flag stops. That's it's always very exciting when we get a lot of green flag stops in a race.
It is, and we are looking right on board now here. Just look at what he sees at the left side of that car. I mean, it's not something that is very welcoming, seeing these cars at 195 miles an hour on your door. But I mean, just look at the absolute concentration you have to have. I mean, it may look easy, but it's not by any means, because you have to know exactly where you are in line. You have to know how many cars are to your left, how many cars are potentially to your right, if you're in the middle or if you're in the top lane. I mean, it's definitely a 195 plus mile an hour dancing act here, maybe pushing 200. Let's see if they'll let off a little bit. But it's going to be crazy. Let's see if he hits that 200. Yes, he does. 200 miles an hour going down to the turn one. 3x3x3.
Jimmy is the gentleman that has put this race together. He heads up the truck racing series on Tuesday nights and just done an outstanding job of putting together a very fair and very proficient race with drivers with great skill in this iRacing format. They just come out here and just doing a great job.
See, with the slight movement of his hands, there's not a lot of big movements here. It's just basically movements back and staying in the lane at 200 miles an hour.
Yep, just past the lap car. That lap car is already got swallowed up by the field. He was on the apron. So 13 out of 188 complete, and Guerrero finds his way to the top with Helton, Grover, Freese, and Marin all dicing for positions here, 3x3x3.
We see the Gruber brothers on that outside row again, up there leading that third lane. They seem to like that position. They like that outside row. We saw them there in the heat race in those first two slots in the outside lane, and here they are again.
You know, and that's something we have to pay attention to late in the race, because we've only seen them up in the high side. We haven't really seen them move to the bottom or try to make any other movement, so that may be their preferred line this entire event.
We'll see. So we're looking for green flag pit stops, if it stays that way. Around lap 40, lap 41, we're in 14 laps here of a scheduled 188 here at Talladega at the second annual Ryan Sadusky 500.
That middle line has started to kind of fall apart just a little bit, as we have that pack coming out of 4 right now. Some cars already drop into the back. Oh, I heard somebody blow up?
I heard Jimmy talking on the radio, saying something about it's too early to blow an engine. And that's one of the things that is concerning when you're running nose to tail like this. You're not getting that air into the radiator to cool the car. It makes you faster, but it certainly can't do damage to the engine if you're not careful.
I don't know who that was.
Number 6 was Steele, I think.
That Altel car down on the apron again. That is, I think, Dale Willoughby. We talked about him disconnecting earlier, and he has reconnected and back in the hunt, although probably several laps down about this point.
Look at Brian Rainville, Thomas Holder. They're both a lap down. They both still also at least 1 lap down. Wind up with the caution. You'll see one of those folks, Brian Rainville, I believe, will get his lap back in the lucky dog.
You have a massive pack out of turn 4. Basically, the entire field is under a very large blanket right now. As they enter turn 1, the majority of the cars are on that inside line.
We'll expect to see this until we get to those green flag pit stops, and then those guys who are on that middle line or that outside line are going to try to find a way to get down to the lower line so they can make their way onto pit road.
We just saw that 27 car of Steve Korosek was up in the outside lane and dropped down into the center, hoping to improve his position, but he's got to get those guys formed up well behind him in order to compete with that inside lane.
Yeah, lots of changes of position, lots of guys looking for a better line. Is it the middle lane? Is it the high line? Is it the low line? It's really just trying to pick and choose as you try to work your way up. It really is a battle of inches trying to find a better place to run.
Outside line has definitely dissipated right now. It's just the Grover brothers up there at the top.
You have the 88, that's Gabe Butler. Was also testing that outside line, but he ducked back down to the middle line.
Yeah, Gabe Butler, we talked to him prior to the start of the race today, and he talked a little bit about fuel mileage and what his strategy was. He is also the defending winner of this particular race. He won this Ryan Sadusky Gobble Gobble 500 last year, and is after it again. He wants to be up at the front. He wants to lead the most laps and finish first. So let's see if Gabe Butler can do that.
See that 66 car down low? 66 is John Garrett. John Garrett is doing this here iRacing, but he also does this in this car in real life. Garrett is an active NASCAR ARCA driver.
See a lot of movement up here at the front. It seems like the guys in the back are a little more content just to ride along for now. And when we say ride along, it's not a Sunday drive. John described it pretty well earlier, where there is a lot going on, but they're not complicating it by trying to do a lot of lane jumping and moving around. They're patient, just trying to hold their position. When they have a chance to move forward and it's a good, clean opportunity, they'll take it. But for now, just riding and waiting for those opportunities to show themselves.
Here we are approaching lap 21, complete of 188, just over 10% done here in the second annual Ryan Sadusky 500. We thank everybody that's tuned in to today's race. It definitely has not disappointed as we've had three-wide racing pretty much the entire race so far. Going to give a couple shout-outs over here to the YouTube side of things. Tammy Helton says, go Logan. So you got a supporter there, Logan. Yes, the pit road, we think it's 41 laps. That is correct. 41 laps, not 41 miles there from 42 Bravo Foxtrot. And it's going to be interesting to see what happens here as this race starts to really kind of settle down. You get, I believe, a green flag pit stop in, 2 green flag stops in. Field will definitely shake up a lot during that time because everybody has to go to the bottom lane.
That's always one of the interesting aspects of super speedway racing to me, is when you get close to that fuel window and it's time to start pitting, you'll all of a sudden see that inside lane start to pick up more cars. Guys start to find their way down there, and then guys that say, I can get one more lap than anybody else, I'm going to stick it out here in the center of the top lane and wait for one more lap, and may pick up a caution, may not, but you'll see some guys come a little early, other guys will stay out as long as they possibly can. But it's always a risk, isn't it? You always risk missing pit lane because somebody's in your way.
A few shakeups here at the front. We've got Everett Lane, the 24, battling Paul Witt and Seth Gruber for that first position. And you've seen these guys, and you've seen the 429 of Paul Witt drop from the second lane to the low side. And as you mentioned earlier, the Gruber brothers, right now they're hanging on to the top line. It's just, that's where they want to be.
Yep, they like that outside lane. They got some help there from, is that the 24 car?
No, that's the 29 of Kevin Freeze.
29, okay.
It's on that outside.
Nice to see Jimmy Crow running up front here in that 39 machine.
Yeah, he's a second position. He's the pushers for the 88 of Gabe Butler.
Those guys race together quite frequently, at least every Tuesday night, and know each other pretty well and can be great teammates. Talking about making it 4 wide.
Yep, they got that lap car up at the top
That's right.
lane. This is going to get interesting. We are going to go 4 wide, folks. We got wrecking in the back, though. Caution's out.
My. 24. Lap 24, first caution flag.
Like Matt Swope was involved.
Oh, no.
Have to dial that up and see just what state of that. So 25 laps in, I'm assuming that we will see.
Yeah,
Yep, I think it.
Go ahead.
I would say I think it's towards. Yep, right there. The 2 black cars, nose to tail. Oh, it's in front of them.
Yeah, that's the 7 and the 9. That's Dale Willoughby. Let's back that up a little bit.
Oh, I see exactly what it was. Little bump in the corner.
So the 20 is coming up to the tail end of the 7. A little tap. 7 gets out of the gas. He gets spun down. And he collects the 9.
Yeah. 4-9 was an innocent bystander there, and now you got the 16 or the 18 piling on.
It's like
Nowhere for these guys to go.
It's like the 80 tapped the back of the 82. Go 71 runs in the side. Collects the 80 a little bit. 82 gets tagged from the 5 there. Just a little bit of disaster here at the tail end of the field.
If we go back up to the 80 car, he had a very close call with that. I believe it was the green and yellow machine. Don't know who that was exactly, but right. Oh, it was a 16. Or it was 18 right there. He barely missed him as he was sliding back down the track. As we do have currently green flag or yellow flag pit stops on green flag pit stop.
This is on board.
Yep. Yo, stayed off of him. Kept that car going forward.
Wow.
All right, so we are seeing
Getting a lot of pit stops.
Yep, everyone's on pit road.
And it looks like here comes everybody else.
All right, so I'll have to double check, but I still show that Everett Lane, Zachary Lima, and Dale Willoughby may not have pitted as of yet.
Yeah, because it looked like the 429 came out first out of the pits, but that 24 cars.
The 24 did in fact pit.
Did he? Okay.
Actually, he came down pit road and drove through.
That is an interesting strategy. I'm guessing he missed his pit. I heard somebody on the radio talking about no signboard. They didn't have a signboard, and could be that he missed his pit for that reason.
Quite possible.
Yeah, they're talking about it right now. So,
All right.
I think here we go. Yep, he found his pit box, or pit stall. We'll see where it exactly is.
Still searching for his pit stall.
Still finding it. Is it on?
Oh, there he goes through again.
Does the 24 not have a pit stall?
That's a really good question. I don't have that answer.
I have no clue, because that's definitely a new one, because he definitely did not stop. Interesting development here. So the 24 may not know what his pit box looks like, or doesn't know where it is, or it may not be on pit road.
Let's go back a bit and see if we can go in the car and see what we see. Now we're on board with the 24.
Yeah, we should see his pit crew on the wall.
He stopped and was looking, but saw
It
nothing.
looked like I thought I saw the 24.
That's a new one. I've never seen that before. We'll see what happens as the field is doubled up right now. Should be getting green flag.
Yeah, race control's trying to help him sort it out.
Yeah, I don't know what. I don't have any details as to how he qualified, as to kind of where that pit stop would be, that pit stall would be. But well, that being said, the pace car has now dropped off the racing surface, and we are about to go back to green. Your control car is the 429 of Paul Witt. On the outside, the 02 of Seth Groover.
Here we go. All right, green flag racing back here at Talladega, led by the 429 and the 02. The twins have been separated, but I don't think they are going to be separated very long, guys. So we'll see what happens as we have two-car breakaways out to the front of the pack, but obviously that will be swallowed up here as they are about to come out of turn 2.
Got the 02 of Seth Groover being given a little bit of a nudge with a 63. That 63 is Logan Helton. At the front, the 429 of Paul Witt. You've got the 02 of Seth Groover on the outside. You got the 23 of Sebastian Aaron. You got the 29 of Kevin Freeze. Also, Patrick Groover is in that mix. Don't count out the 88 of Gabe Butler.
Now, you can't count any of those guys out. You can't even count anybody out right now because of Talladega. It's just a product of this racing. It's a product of this track as we are going to approach lap 30. This time by 429 is out front.
Paul Witt continues to lead with Seth Groover on the outside in the 02. 23 of Sebastian Marin is the drafting partner of the 429 Paul Witt. He's right there on his bumper. And behind him, you've got Patrick. That outside line is you've got Seth Gruber. Behind him, you've got the 63 of Logan Helton and the 29 of Kevin Freeze. Further on back, you've got Gabe Butler on the back of the fourth. That's an 8th spot. He's in the 4th position on that outside line. And you've got the 66. The 39 of Jimmy Crono, followed by the 66 of Joe Garrett.
Third line starting to form up there in the back as a couple of those cars try to make something happen, try to use this opportunity to get to the front.
Yeah, they're doing their best to form up. You've really got to have at least, I guess, is what, 4 cars that are trying to have any legitimate running up there. You can do it, you can get up a little bit with some side drafting, but really of any major attempt, you've got to have a couple drivers up there working together.
You sure do.
Yeah, we see you got about 5 on that outside line right now.
Well, that's what they'll
They
need.
Yep.
Beginning to come into camera.
Yep, there they are.
And a good run.
And let's see if they stall out here in the corner, in the tri-oval rather.
They've worked their way back up just
And they've got more takers now in that outside line. They've got several cars out there now. Another second group forming up, trying to catch up to the group that's up in front.
This is 06 that's currently in that line. That is Cody Nagels, followed by the 19 of Donald Sadusky.
Yeah, the hard thing when you're a driver about 3 wide here, and especially when they rarely go 4 wide, but even at 3 wide, you don't have as much room. You don't have as much room for error. So if your car gets a little loose or a little squirrely or pushes, you don't have as much time to rein it back in. You've got to be that much more focused and that much more cognizant of where your car is, what it feels like, where it's going.
Sure. So you've got the 37 of Luke Gray back there down that outside line, also helping to push the 06 of Cody Nagels forward. We're seeing a little bit of jockeying in the back of the field as drivers find an open slot in that center line and they'll drop in and drop out. We're 35 laps in, 34 laps in, about to be 35 here at Talladega for the 2nd annual Ryan Sadusky 500.
Don Sadusky's made his way back up to 9th position, which is pretty close to the front as far as this setup goes.
We had Crystal Skaggs on YouTube saying, "Let's go, Cody," and we're seeing Cody right there was up there battling for the front on that outside line.
He is, and this is gotta give credit to everybody that's on this high line right now, is because this is what we saw last time around. Last green flag run we had, that outside lane started to make a surge, and here they are back again, being led by the 29 of Kevin Stewart.
And we've got the Grover brothers broken up for the time being. We've seen them in that outside lane most of the time. Now it looks like Seth in the 02 is leading the center lane, and his brother is about 3 cars back on that inside lane in the 01. I'm sure they are looking to find their way back together again. It's like family harmonies in a singing group. When you get family pushers, it's they just seem to know what each other's doing and can do a great job running together.
Well, and it's an art. It really is an art. If you're running with somebody and they're in that pusher position, you've got to trust that person behind you. And you know, if you're doing it a lot with somebody, you kind of get to know how they're going to push it, and frankly, how to push. So it's better to go with someone you know.
Exactly. We've seen a couple problems here today with somebody making contact on their rear bumper in the turn, and that's just a no-no in these ARCA cars. You can't do that. So having somebody that can finesse the car well enough to just back off of that bumper even 6 inches so that you're not making contact, but you're still tight together and getting the benefit of that aerodynamic run.
Continue to be 3 wide here at Talladega. These guys are putting on the show we expected to see today. Some fabulous 3 wide racing. That's the 29. Kevin Freeze dropping from that high line down to the mid line. Puts Gabe Butler out front on that high line.
Gabe running the same paint job that he does in the truck series, same number 88 with that black Guinness wrap. Very pretty car, looks good, looks fast, and obviously today it is fast.
And that outside safer barrier comes up fast out of turn 2.
It really does. It really does. And that third lane's coming up fast. Look at them. They're up there challenging for a top spot. Now they get into the corner and drop back a little bit. That's got to be the frustrating part of that outside lane is you get a really good run and then you just feel like you're stalling out in the corners. They did well through the trioval there. Kept that outside lane, kept that momentum up, and got to the front position.
All right, the 429 of Paul Witt continues to show us the way. 429 of Kevin Freeze is on his outside in the lead of that middle lane. Gabe Butler, Seth Gruber, Sebastian Mayer, and Cody Nagels. Logan Helton, Donald Sadusky, and Patrick all there. Top 8. Donald Sadusky is 9. Jimmy Crow is in 10.
And you're witnessing 21 plus cars under a blanket, 7 rows deep, 3 by 3 by 3 here at Talladega. Definitely not disappointing right now as we are approaching just at lap 40 out of 188 complete. And what my notes here are saying is that with them pitting on lap 25 or 26, they have to pit around 3 more times. And it's going to be pretty interesting to see what happens, because if they pit on 26, they can go to roughly 66 to 68, and then they can go to 106 to 108, they can go to 146 to 148, and then the magic question is, can they make it to the end pitting on lap 146 to 148? Well, you can make it about 40 laps on a fuel run. It's going to be close if there are no other cautions here tonight. So right now, keep an eye out for pit stops in about 25 laps.
Fun to go on board with the 29 of Kevin Freeze.
Following behind the 02 of Seth Grover, who is now in the lead. I love these in-car shots. iRacing just has done an exceptional job of making this so realistic. And what you're seeing on the steering wheel movement there is exactly what Seth Gruber is doing back in Pennsylvania on his iRacing rig. Just making those small, minute, quick adjustments to stay in line, not get out of shape. stay as close to directly behind that General Tire truck as he possibly can.
Yeah, that's something you have differing strategies on. You have some drivers that don't like to make those quick, choppy adjustments to the wheel. Some drivers like to keep it a smooth line and to run a little bit more. As we see a pass for the lead happening right now, you know, it's really a matter of feel on what you want in the wheel. But right now, you have another run coming from the outside. That's the 27 machine of Steven Korsak to the high side. As you're about to see that car approach on the right-hand corner of the screen, there he is, just barely.
Yeah, poor Kevin Freeze almost cleared Seth Grover in the 0-2. And you can see he wanted to come down to that inside lane and take over the lead from there, but he just could not quite clear the front bumper of that 0-2.
Well, you've got tight side-by-side racing here at Talladega. Lap 43 is completed in the books. Seth Gruber, Kevin Freeze continue to show us the way around here. You've got the 88 of Gabe Butler on the outside. Sorry, the 27. That 27 is Steve Korosek on the outside. Gabe Butler's his pusher.
Yeah, they fell back a little bit. Steve was able to get into that front position. Now he's taken over the lead of the race from the center lane. Seth Gruber with a little bit of a run.
Contact with the 29.
Yeah, that's one thing you don't want to do is push into corners. That's how we saw the first incident start. You can push like you're seeing the 29 do right now, but once you get into the corner, you got to be really careful about doing that.
That was some good car handling skills there that kept that from becoming a disaster. When the front of the field wipes out, very few cars make it through unscathed.
Rewind.
We've
got 41 total competitors, and we've still got 38 on the lead lap. Everett Lane is still in the pits getting work done. A couple drivers, Thomas Holder, the 00, and Bud Steele are currently a lap down, or multiple laps down. Thomas Holder is on the track and running. I think Bud Steele, I don't see him at this point currently in my telemetry.
Yeah, that would put Thomas Holder in that lucky dog position if indeed another caution comes out. I'd love to see us go green flag at least through the next series of pit stops.
Yeah, green flag. The challenge is that green flag pit stops here at Talladega can sometimes breed yellow flags.
Absolutely.
That's why it's almost better to go on the second round, because you don't know what that first round is going to look like. There's the 24 machine. He obviously found his pit stall, because if he didn't, he'd be out of gas. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's pit road here, especially 3x3, 8 rows deep. It's such a challenge because you can't really communicate with all the other drivers unless you communicate over the major comm, the main comm on iRacing, and it's really just a matter of trying to work your way down to the bottom lane, and if you can't, just hope and pray that nothing happens.
And that 24 of Everett Lane, that was him being lapped by the field. Search for his pit stop cost him desperately, and he just got passed by the pack and is now running one lap down. But Thomas Holder is still in the lucky dog position.
Yeah, Everett Lane found this pit stall on lap 40.
Okay. Boy, just in time. Now we know they can go 44 laps with a little bit of caution.
A lot of action happening up front right now. You have some blocking going on for the top spot.
Blocking, lead swapping, line changing. This is the story with these competitors here at Talladega in the second annual Ryan Sadusky 500.
They get racy like that, that's when we start to see some cautions. You see a lot of movement there on that inside lane, a lot of side to side. There, was that the 29 that just dropped down, took the lead on the inside row.
Yeah, that's Kevin Freeze. Farther back in the pack here, we can see the rest of the field as they begin to head through the tri-oval.
You know, they're kind of getting a little bit more spread out now, giving each other a little bit more room. You know, they're not as nose to tail, especially in the middle of this pack.
Still tight racing. That's the 20 Home Depot car that was up in that third lane. That's Jay Hilliard. Not a lot of help up there.
We see the 18, the 63 of Logan Helton leading that center lane. We talked about Logan early on. Probably one of the youngest, if not the youngest driver in the field today. 18-year-old, but he's wise beyond his years when it comes to speedway racing, super speedway racing. We always see him running towards the front in the truck races, and here he is today in the lead right now.
So anybody familiar with iRacing knows that there is an iRating that is part of iRacing, and that it's a good interpretation of your expertise on track. Logan carries an iRating of 63.98.
Wow. You know, that takes a lot of time, a lot of dedication, and a lot of skill. So he definitely knows what he's doing. Definitely knows what he's doing there.
Well, yeah, that's the best thing about this league and this group of competitors out here today. You've got multiple drivers with 6,000 ratings, 5,000 ratings, 4,000 ratings, out here competing with everyday drivers who are out there who love the competition and the fellowship of what iRating brings.
And as we start to approach lap 52, we want to thank everybody who has tuned in to today's second annual Ryan Sadusky Gobble Gobble 500. It's been a great show so far, and we expect to see more great racing, and we appreciate everybody watching on the iRacing Warriors Motorsports Broadcast Network, the IWM Broadcast Network. This is John, Rick, and Jeff, and we're just about a third of the way through here today.
Jimmy Crow is just on the radio reminding people as we get closer to that green flag pit stop that we expect to see somewhere at lap 65, 66, right in that range. Reminding them only pit from the inside lane. Do not try to pit from the center or especially the outside lane. That would not end pretty. I think most of these drivers don't need to know that information. They already know it, but a good reminder to not say, "Oh, I think I could make it." Go for it. They are reminding each other to do it clean and do it right. Great shot there of that 63 front end.
Yep, you're showing the 63.
Love these ARCA cars.
Logan Helton continuing to show us the way. Vincent Guerrero in the 16 is right there leading the middle pack. And the 06 of Cody Niegels has got the high line.
I love the detail of these ARCA cars in iRacing. I noticed when had that front end shot of the 63, you could see the white letters on the tires, even as they're rotating at 190 miles an hour. You can see the little yellow specks of the lug nuts holding the wheel onto the car. And just the detail that goes into all that iRacing brings to the table. I'm just fascinated by it. I'm kind of a techie, a geek anyway, but just love to see what these guys do.
It's to second that, Rick, this is probably as close as you can get to real life racing, especially with the laser scan tracks, with depending on what kind of equipment you have, depending on your wheel, your pedals, you could make this as basic or as close to the real thing as you can. So yeah, hats off to iRacing for providing an amazing product that is the closest thing to real racing on the market. And like you said, those tires, the lug nuts, the way the car bounces in the corner, every bump that you hit on iRacing is the same as if you were driving on the actual track itself. So it's very impressive what they do.
I think a great testament to that fact is how many real-life race drivers are involved in iRacing. Probably one of the most well-known, Dale Jr., has been very active in iRacing from the very beginning, and has always played a key part in his life. I've seen him on here in the evening sometimes he'll be running an old late model or an ARCA car or sometimes a truck, but different things like that. But it's always cool to be out here racing and run across a driver that you watch on Saturday or Sunday.
Great. And, Karen said, are these ARCA cars harder to give better push since they look wedgier on the front bumper? Yes. So with the way that the front bumper is angled and the height of the rear bumper, we saw it in the first caution when the 20 got into the back of that car. It kind of lifted up the back of the car, so you can still push, but if you get too big of a push, you will definitely spin that car out in front of you.
And also a comment from Dave Freeman, green flag stops will break them up for just about 10 laps before pack racing resumes again. That is absolutely true.
I think that's one of the things that's exciting about green flag pit stops. It's not just all the choreographing of getting the stop done and getting back out on the track, but the way it breaks the field up and the way people find their way back to that main pack again. It's always been mystifying to me how that works, but I know it does. We see it in real life, and we see it here on iRacing as well.
So with 58 laps in the books, we're going to begin to see some green flag pit stops in the next few laps.
Yep.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. I would say my estimation is around lap 66 to 70. That is my calculation there, which is going to put us pretty much right in line with the last pit stop being around 146 to 150, which will be very close to the end of the race. So we'll see what happens.
So unlike real NASCAR and racing, where you've got a team of your spotter, you've got your crew chief, you've got the car engineers and the car chief, here for the most part, most of these drivers, it's just them. They've got some software tools that can estimate when they should be pitting Ricky from the front.
Big one.
15 came down. Yep.
It's the big one at Talladega.
Look at that stack. 15 came down, tried to get that front position, and it was so weird. I was watching him right when it happened. He started down, then he hesitated, and then he went.
Yep,
he still wasn't quite clear.
You're exactly right. I saw the same thing, and my heart was like, please don't wreck. Because I thought it was too close, because it looked like he wasn't clear.
Right.
So, but that is the big one here on lap 59 out of 188. So scratch my lap 66 to 70 prediction. We are going to get green flags. They're not green flag. We're going to get pit stops right now. I mean, that involved, I think, about 15 cars the 20 cars right there. So half of your field was involved in that accident. Rick, let's see if we can go back and take a look. Maybe even from a blimp view or a chopper view and see exactly what happened.
But one thing we do is we analyze and overanalyze. So let's see what we can find here. Let's take a little bit better shot here. We do see the 16 coming down.
I mean, just wasn't, I don't think he was clear of that front
No.
nose.
Yeah, exactly right. The nose on these cars is longer than what you might think, and you from the driver's seat you can't see it. So, and then trying to look in the rearview mirror, you know, we don't know if his spotter cleared him or not, but we'll get a really good look at it here from the 16's front bumper.
So this is from the nose cam on the 16.
Boom. Yep.
Yep, that was
Not clear.
not clear at all, and that just completely stacked up the entire field, basically a roadblock starting, as you can see, just the entire field stack up. I don't know if we could get a overhead shot of that, but that was one of the bigger wrecks that we've seen here today. Because at that point in time, I mean, where are you going to go? But you have cars behind you have cars in front of you. I mean, it's all hectic, and when you have cars blocking almost every lane, as you see them do right here, like what do you expect to happen?
Oh, look at that. A lot of torn up race cars there.
I mean, that's 20 plus cars right there. Maybe see cars hit the tail end getting into it. I mean, there's 7 cars, 8 cars in the screen right there. More contact after the wreck.
And unfortunately, several cars that we've seen at the front, like I saw the 23 there. Looks like the 18. The 16 was involved in that. Obviously, the 15, when he came down, started that massive pileup.
Well, this is why they have 3 quick repairs. So you know, I mean, if you use one a third of the way through the race, you got 2 left. So I mean, on schedule with quick repairs, that's just about right, because we just are short of a third of the way through here. In about 2 laps, we should be about a third of the way through.
Yeah, still 128 laps to go. So these the guys that were involved in that, unlike in real life, they're not out of it at all. They get that quick repair, get to use that, get back out on the track, and they may sacrifice track position, but they're out there with a clean race car, and their ability, they can make it back to the front.
You know, and what they're also not sacrificing is the money that it takes to fix one of these race cars. So, you know, they don't have to worry about, you know, if they wreck, oh, here's a brand new car we got to build, because I saw some cars on 2 wheels right there, which definitely would mean a lot of money reinvested back into the car. But yeah, like you were saying, Jeff, quick repairs, they are definitely used at Talladega, just, you know, to give everybody else a chance, you know, because there are some times when you just, like right there, what is the field supposed to do? I mean, you're going into a corner, you have guys behind you that aren't seeing the wreck, they get into the back of you, you spin out, everybody's wrecking. It's just a product of this racing, so that's why quick repairs are definitely a little bit of a saving grace here in super speeder racing.
Yeah, absolutely, and certainly no intent there by the 15 car. He thought he was clear, and it's possible that at one point he was. That's one of the issues with electronic spotters, is they're going purely by measurement. If you're whatever you have that interval set at, if you're an eighth of a second ahead of that guy, he says clear. He doesn't say he's got to run. Anything like that. You just hear clear in your headset and you drop down, and all of a sudden you were clear, but now you're not.
Well, here we are, lap 62 of our scheduled 188 here at the second annual Ryan Sadusky 500 at Talladega Superspeedway. We just had our second caution of the night for a fairly large event that collected a good bit of the field. We've called it the big one, but there's no promise that is the only big one.
Our Tuesday night truck races are usually about 77 laps at Talladega. So, Rick, normally right about now, we would be talking about strategy for the end of the race and fuel mileage and where guys were and where they had pitted last and things like that. Well, now we're talking about being 1/3 of the way through the race. So a lot, just total different strategy for these drivers. Just a lot going on besides just driving the car. So they're driving the car and doing an outstanding job, but they've got to be figuring mileage in their head, fuel strategy, tires. Am I wearing out the right front? Do I change 4? Do I change 2? Just an awful lot going on.
So Charles Johnson in the 9 is your control car. He has got the control of the inside line on that outside. I think you've got, that's the
Guerrero
16 of Vincent Guerrero.
Here we go. Green flag racing again, about 1/3 of the way through, and we are off. In the second annual Ryan Sadusky 500, green flag racing back in the air.
I don't know if that 16 car of Guerrero, if he used a quick repair or if he didn't get, hopefully he didn't get any damage to be able to be out there in the front again. Certainly don't want him to have some front end damage and be up there in the lead.
Looks pretty clean from what we can see from here, but
yeah.
all right, we are back under green flag conditions. Vincent Guerrero is currently out in front in that middle line, but as we talked about earlier, give it a second, it'll change.
Yep, and that outside line's already formed up, led by the 27 machine of Steven Korosek. So Steven wants to go to the front. He's got the 18 of Zachary Lima behind him, followed by the Grover brothers right there as well.
So this second caution has basically jumbled the field up a bit. We're seeing some new names and new faces.
Yes, we are, and got a comment on YouTube saying they all know that everyone has to pit. The 16 could have let him in instead of having half the field get wrecked. Well, you know, in hindsight, that sounds like the better plan, but, I mean, looking at it, I mean, there was a lot of factors in that. The spotter could have told him that he was clear. The 16 may have been getting a shove from behind, couldn't check up. I mean, so many different factors here early on. So, I mean, definitely over the radio, they cleared that up, and everybody is on good terms. So, definitely so many different things can happen at a super speedway. That's why everybody loves or hates super speedway racing, depending on who you are. So
that's right. Front end of that 16 looks pretty clean. I'm looking at it right now on a far chase angle or rear chase angle on iRacing, and I don't see any damage to it from here. So he either used a quick repair or he got off pretty easy on that one. Good for him.
So your top 10 is Freeze, Guerrero, Korosek, Johnson, Bond, Lima, Helton, Rainville, Gruber, Butler.
And you know that's constantly going to change as we are about 4 rows deep of 3 wide racing here, and you have basically what looks like, I mean, everybody's pretty decisive. Not really much movement since the start of this restart, but it looks like everybody, even on back, has chosen what line they want to be in. And we have a massive pack of 30, 40 cars right here. Probably the biggest pack of today. I mean, take a picture of that. That's phenomenal. I mean, you are 10 rows deep, 3x3. Car on the wall, that's the 01. Was able to keep it straight, but that's going to stack up the outside line. Get your cameras out, folks, because that's a beautiful sight to see.
That 01 is Patrick Gruver. He's got his brother behind him in the 2. That's Seth Gruver.
Yeah, there they are, paired up. Oh, Seth just dropped down to that center lane.
Still a good bit of jockeying as that outside line tries to claw its way back to the front.
Maxine Grimes on YouTube says, Logan, you are all Alliance has today. Make them proud. So, Logan, there you go, sir. Make them proud. Do what you do. I mean, he's looking good so far.
He is making them proud. He's doing his typical great job out here. The Grover brothers are kind of back together, but Seth is kind of pulled away.
Yeah, quite a bit, big separation there. That high line definitely is broken up with the three front runners there, the 27, the 18, and the 06 all on the top side, basically being held there purely by side drafting, which can be done. I mean, it's surprising that three cars could still keep up and sometimes even pass, like 15 car deep second and third or first and second rows, but it's working for that high line right now.
That high line gets great runs on the straightaway. If the Grovers can catch up and bring that rear part of that pack up to those first three cars, that outside line would be a force to be reckoned with. They can get great runs on the straightaways, and if they can stay tight, they can kind of hold their own through the turns. They have a little bit of a disadvantage, but it's just a matter of those guys catching up.
All right, we thank you for tuning in to the IWM broadcast of the second annual Ryan Sadusky 500. This broadcast is brought to you by our sponsors, Wild Video Tours, Levy Designs, The Pit Stall, and Over the Top Designs. We appreciate all of our sponsors who allow races and events like this to happen here on iRacing.
Thomas Holder in that 00 car is still one lap down, so he must have lost that position to Everett Lane in the 24. If you remember, several laps ago, they were both a lap down. Now Lane is back on the lead lap again, and Thomas Holder still looking for that lucky dog. He's hoping and praying for a caution right now, while the rest of the field is saying, no, keep going, keep going.
Ooh, major move by the 27 to block the middle lane. Going to stack up the field just slightly, which is going to allow the bottom lane to prevail. That is the 9 machine of Charles Johnson.
He got a huge push out of Logan Helton car behind him. Steve Korosek in the 27 continues to be shown up front in that part of that middle line, but he continues to swap that back and forth with Charles Johnson. And you'll see the 18 of Zachary Lima also nose out in front. Ryan Rainbow on the outside in that 60 Altel car is trying his best to get back up to those two lead cars on that outside line, give them some help.
Oh, and he drops down right as you say it. I think they have the broadcast on in their cars, and they change lanes right when we talk about them.
I know Brian does. Somehow he continues to comment on our broadcast. He's certainly has a knack for commenting on our broadcast.
He was just talking on the radio with someone, and I didn't catch who it was, but this other driver was telling Brian that he had damage, so he may have been trying to explain why he couldn't catch Brian, or why he couldn't push him. There we go. Wow, wow.
What a save, and there's
wrecking behind. Wrecking behind.
See that? I don't. Why would you block in that moment? I mean, that's a tough move to make with the momentum that outside line had. I just don't. I kind of saw it. I was like, oh, that's not good, especially getting a bump. Risky move, very risky move by all parties there.
Yeah, some great driving in the front to not have any banged up race cars there, but the poor guys in the back part of the pack.
So, yeah, we saw the 9 run up to try and slow down that middle line.
Just got there too late.
And what a save by the 63 machine. But it's really on back where he got turned. That's the 46 and the 7 that got into it.
Just trying to get a better view in the back.
Yeah, that 63 with that save, that was Logan Helton, who we've talked about quite a bit tonight.
Oh, well, that's
the 46, and got, he
slammed on the brakes.
Well, yeah, he definitely let off. I think that's Dale Willoughby.
I believe it is. It looked like he just definitely was obviously trying to avoid the wreck.
Trying to get a better shot.
It just seemed like that car slowed up very quickly.
That's a 46 of David Overstreet. Let's do that from an in-car. That'll give us a better angle here.
Oh boy, that was a hard hit.
Yeah, it was a big.
It slowed down really fast.
Yeah, that was a big checkup right there. Nowhere really to go in that moment. But that's probably a fast repair used, and there's.
Yep.
It's they have 3 of them, so not even the main wreck really. I thought the whole field was going to be involved in that one again when we saw that car get turned. The 9, but they kept it forward. But here we are, 74 out of 188, 16 or 14 laps shy of 100 to go, and we have some pit stops, obviously. So got to adjust those pit calculators.
So this is our third caution of the night at lap 74.
One of the things we learned early on at the beginning of the race is that these ARCA cars are hard on the right front tire. So I think that you're going to be seeing all of these cars change tires, change right side tires every pit stop, every chance they get. And I bet some of the guys back in the field are changing all 4.
Oh, sure. I mean, I would expect that because, like we have seen, these cars, they can get a little squirrely too. So with older tires, you don't want to risk maybe a puncture, or a blown tire late in the run. But right now, it seems like definitely taking right sides is the way to go with the speeds, with the loads, whatnot.
Yeah, that right front takes a lot of abuse in the corners. So the drivers talked about needing to save that right front, go easy on that right front early in the run so that it would last a solid fuel run, although we have not seen a solid fuel run yet.
We've gotten awfully close a couple times. That's the 26 of Rob Connors, you saw peel away and head down pit road. Also, Brian Rainville coming down onto pit road. Let's stick in with Brian. We'll see just what happens here. A number of drivers have come back down pit road as well. That was a fuel-only stop for Brian Rainville.
Figured he wouldn't lose that many spots, and he needed the fuel more than he needed the track position. I was just listening just a moment ago to Charles Johnson in the 9 machine talk to Logan Helton in the 63, apologizing for getting into him. Not that he had any say in it, he got knocked into him. But Logan Helton, very understanding, knew that Charles didn't have any real choice in the matter, and he said it's okay. He said I saved it, and we're still good. I just got minimal damage. So good to hear that Logan's still going to be somewhere within reach of that front group anyway.
So we'll come. The lights are off on top of our pace car. That means one thing: we'll be back to green flag racing next time by. They'll be at lap 76 as they cross the stripe.
Yeah, Logan has dropped back to the 26th position, but my guess is he got a little bit of that damage repaired while he was in the pits, and gave up the track position in order to save on a quick repair. And but he's got the ability. We've seen it already tonight. He can make his way back to the front again. Just take a little bit of time with the configuration of these cars and the way the lanes have been forming up. But I have no doubt we'll see him back up at the front again.
Ryan Rainville, our friend, says to the back, getting racy up there, so we know what Brian's going to do. I agree. Yeah, it's getting a little hectic out front as we've had 2 accidents at the front of the pack in the last 20 laps. So we'll see how that continues, if tempers flare or if nerves settle. Here with 1:14 to go, about to get the green flag. They enter the Geico restart zone, and we're off. Green flag racing back out at Talladega.
Both lanes well formed, hanging together. Second lane has a few more gaps in it, but they're tightening that up very well right now. Oh, 16, whoa, slides up in front of the 27. And just clear, but fortunately no contact there.
Laps to go here at Talladega for the second annual Ryan Sadusky 500. Thank you for tuning in. The IWM broadcast. I am Rick Sousa. I've got John DeRugis and Jeff Nini here in the booth, and we're bringing to you this special event. 500 miles here at Talladega for these drivers.
Third lane starting to form up. We've got about 3 trucks out there right at the moment. Not very organized yet, but I think a few more will join them, try to make a solid run in that outside lane.
We have the 18 up there, as well as the 37 machine. That's Lima in gray. Now the 27 goes up to collect those guys high side. Now has some momentum to it as the middle lane starts to drop back just a little bit. So this third lane starting to become a factor, but don't look too far back. There's the 88 of Butler looking to the outside of the 9.
Yeah, the 27 of Korosek timed that move perfectly, where he moved from the center lane up to the outside lane just in time to block it, but catch that momentum that was pushing those guys forward and make his way around that. I think it's the 88 car of Gabe Butler there.
Yep, see some side drafting going on the middle lane. That's the 88 of Butler, as you just mentioned, trying to get a run.
78 laps in, you've got 39 of 41 cars still on the lead lap.
That's a real testament to the skill of the drivers in this particular race. Like you had mentioned earlier, Rick, I ratings of 6,000, 5,000, 4,000, just numbers that you don't see that often, is a good testament to the skill of these guys and the way they finish races. That your iRacing rating is a product of your finishing positions, and you have to be in the race to finish them. So these guys obviously doing a very good job throughout the year, and earned the right to be in this race today.
What I've noticed is that whenever somebody goes to block or move in front of a specific lane, they seem to lose all of the momentum because that lane checks up. Like just now what we just saw with the 27 dropping to the middle lane, initially that middle lane just fell back a little bit. Now they're starting to get a big surge because of a bump from the 88, but that's interesting to see what happens, because typically you say, oh yeah, block the lane, but if everybody checks up, then your lane is not going to have the momentum that it once did. So
Yeah, you're exactly right. They've got to time that move perfectly. They don't. If they do it too late, everybody checks up. If they do it too early, they start to stall and fall back, and everybody has to check up. But if they do it just right, then that lane can stay in the gas, just ease up a touch like you normally would when you get to the bumper, and you can keep moving. But it's a tough act to master.
"81 laps in, we are 3 wide here at Talladega."
7 rows deep right now. 3 wide action. Take that back. We're 10 rows deep. I didn't see the cars back there. There's so many. Got a couple stragglers in the back, just trying to feel out what's going to happen. You know, when you have 30 cars underneath a blanket like this, it's definitely tempting to go to the back and just relax like Mr. Brian Rainville is doing right now. But we'll see. We'll see who makes their way up to the front as the later parts of this race move on.
Well, it's kind of an interesting strategy because, well, it's smart. When you've been driving, you've gone 82 laps. Out of that 82 laps, you've had a couple cautions, and the majority of them have happened up front. And there's still over 106 laps to go.
Still a very long way to go in this race, not even at the halfway point yet, so not even really worried about thinking about pushing it. You're just kind of riding around right now. As we see the 88 drop to the high, or go to the high side to try to get around that 27 machine.
Battle at the front continues amongst these drivers.
Yep, there's a 29 again going to the middle lane, trying to block the faster lane, and exactly what we were talking about, Jeff. It just almost stalls out because look at the high lane, look at the bottom lane.
Yeah.
It just doesn't seem like that's a preferred lane. Now with the 27 going to the high side, that 29's kind of going to be out there in no man's land. Well, as soon as I said that, there goes the 06 to the middle, and there goes the 09. So we have some jockeying of position right now. Don't go down. Yep, now here comes the 15. The 15 back up to the point. Is he going to lead this lap? I believe he will.
That's no Coors.
So it's definitely getting very racy up here within the top 9 or 10. Here in the last few laps, a lot of drivers jockeying for position.
This is on board with Cody Nagels. He's currently sitting right in that middle line.
You know, this almost is one of the worst places to be because if you have a wreck, you can't go anywhere. You got a car behind you, a car in front of you, left and right, you're boxed in. So you're just kind of riding along here. You can't make any moves. Just got to make sure you don't run into the guy in front of you and you don't hit the guy to the left or the right as we see the middle lane kind of start to stack up just a little bit. But let's see what kind of speed he picks up here going down the backstretch, already up to 198. Probably going to let off a little bit, I would imagine. But still topping 200 plus miles an hour down these straights.
And you are seeing exactly what the driver is seeing.
Ooh, a little bit of contact with that 9. They have moved up a little bit.
When you're running this close together, it doesn't take much. If you one lane moves up just a hair, just at the same time, the other lane moves down, then you're going to be rubbing fenders.
You are. I mean, we see a lot of moving around right now. I'm looking at basically a blimp shot or a chopper shot rather of the field right now, and it's a lot of jockeying for position and a lot of back and forth between the lines here. And this is kind of what has sparked some other incidents where we see some drivers make some moves, and it doesn't really work out into their advantage, but we'll see what happens now as the 88 goes to the high side, and so does the 09. And there comes the 20. Yep, this is what not good, not good, not good. Yep.
Times around, right at the front of the field.
Well, they were trying to occupy the same space.
Another big one.
And big one number 2. And I think that's pretty much on cue, Rick, to what exactly I was just saying.
We caught that one right on camera.
We did. We see this is why the IWM Broadcast Network is so good. We know when the wrecks are going to happen before they happen.
Now the black helicopters are circulating. It's all rigged. It's all rigged.
It's all rigged.
No, it is not. And a pace car comes streaming up through the field now.
That's what we just saw was a product of a lot of just 3-wide action at Talladega and trying to take advantage of a prime opportunity, because what it looks like is exactly what you guys were saying. Drivers going for the same real estate, and it just collected. And I think we actually have some incidents going on under caution. I don't know if you heard that too, Jeff, but I
Somebody was a little upset.
to say the least. Oh yeah, there was a major incident under caution involving 5 cars. Major incident. That's a 429 and the 46 involved. So multiple incidents there.
We'll go back and watch
another look
the
at
replay.
Yeah, you can see right there. I mean, you got. I think the 88 got shoved to the bottom lane. It was a pretty. Was it the 88 car? No, it was. I think that's the 06. Yeah, it's the 06.
The 29 and the 06 looks like they are both looking for the same space.
Yeah, they both wanted the center lane at the same time. What we were talking about earlier.
That's Kevin Freeze, and the 06 I think is Cody Nagel.
Yep, and then the 9 had nowhere to go. 9 just got collected in it.
Yep.
And then chaos ensued because you have the rest of the field in a very vulnerable spot. Track's basically blocked. You can't do anything there. 29 actually got through this unscathed, so... And then under caution, Rick, I don't know if you could grab that up, but it looks like the 429 was involved in something after the wreck on the backstretch. I think this may be it. From what we were told is that the field checked up, and you had a lot of cars who didn't check up, unfortunately. You can already see it's starting to get really hairy right here, and then watch out.
Oh my. Yeah, I think I can guess at what that is. A lot of times it's we talked earlier about drivers being by themselves. They're their own spotter, they're their own crew chief, car chief, whatever it might be. And so a lot of times you're looking down at your black box controls as soon as it goes yellow, trying to figure out, okay, how many laps into this run am I? How much fuel do I have? Do I have to pit? Do I not pit? And you're looking away from the action, and then all of a sudden things happen in front of you and you're not ready for it.
That's exactly correct. That's exactly correct, and that's what we saw here, especially with the field checking up. I mean, just unfortunate for those couple drivers there. It's happened to us all. I got to say, it's happened to me a handful of times.
Oh, so. Same here. You saw the 46 start to go up to the outside lane there because he had a little bit too much speed, but then I didn't catch the number. The car was going so fast.
I think it was who went? 18 of.
Was it the 18?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's in the pits now. Boy, he came through there at a full head of steam. It looked like he hadn't even lifted yet.
Right. I think he had some damage too because it looked like he was up in the wall, so he's probably involved in that previous incident there. And we're looking at him right now on pit road. I believe this is from
20
caution, or from a couple laps ago. Actually, this is live.
Looks like the 27 came in there with a lot of right front damage. My guess is hopefully he has a quick repair left, and he'll use that and be able to get back out on track soon.
Sure. You know, and we're getting to the point of this race. We've had multiple big ones, and the question now is, okay, how many quick repairs do you have left? Because my guess is with some of these accidents I've seen, my intuition is telling me that some guys have already used 2, maybe even 3, and we're not even quite at halfway yet. We're just shy of the midway point in this race. You know, with the most hectic parts of the race coming up, it's just a very nerve-wracking feeling. We'll see if the field gets settled down here a little bit. But that's our second big one of the day.
Well, that's the challenge with these cars. There's going to be lots of big ones, especially if the incident happens at the front of the field.
Yeah, the 27 did use a quick repair, it looks like. I'm looking at his car now towards the back of the field, and it looks clean as a whistle. So he got that repair done, got some fuel and tires, and he's at the back of the pack, but still on the lead lap, and that will help him considerably.
So the lights are off on top of the pace car. That means we'll be going back to green right now.
Here we go.
This is our 4th caution of the night. Her control car is the 16 of Vincent Guerrero. Got the 052 of Joe Dellavecchia on the outside.
And we're off. Green flag racing here at Talladega again. Joe Dellavecchia got it right this time. I know the struggle, Joe. Believe me, I know the struggle.
You've had your name mispronounced many a time.
On the daily, it's daily at this point, and people just say when they're like, John, what? I mean, just call me John D. Just call me John D. Make it easy. I'll sound it out for you, but it's easier. But Dellavecchia looking great outside on the high lane of that 052. Very reminiscent of what Mark Martin used to drive. Wasn't Mark Martin in that U.S. Army scheme? I think it was, wasn't it?
I think so, but I'm not positive. I can't remember.
Either Joe Nemechek or Mark Martin comes to my mind with that.
I'm sure somebody will write in and tell us.
Probably. So yeah, if you're watching along, let us know. See if one of those names sound correct, because I think I actually have that diecast of that car somewhere in a box. But 98 to go here tonight, with Guerrero out front, with Sadusky there, Dellavecchia in 3rd, Hillard in 4th, and Coors in 5th, Workman in 6th. Sanchez, Freese, Butler, and Crow make up your top 10 at the front of this field.
Would love to see them stay too wide here for a while and just kind of let things get sorted out, get everybody back in the rhythm, and run clean here for a while. We're lap 91 of 188, so almost halfway.
Ryan Newman ran that Army that Army car.
That's it. Yeah, I remember Ryan Newman in that one.
So you've got Vincent Guerrero, Donald Sadusky, Joe Dellavecchia, Jay Hillard, Noah Coors. That's your top 5. 97 laps to go here at Talladega in the 2nd annual Ryan Sadusky 500.
You see that outside lane starting to form with the 24 machine. That is the 24 Everett lane. The driver that had issues on pit road, so he's back up there on the lead lap, looking to make a charge in that what looks like Jeff Gordon inspired paint scheme.
That shows you. Look at that run they've got, man. That shows you
car on the
what.
wall in the back.
I don't know if it's going to bring out a caution or
no
not.
caution, single car in the wall.
We have some very hard pushing going on right now on the high side. I don't really like it. I hope they can keep it going in the right direction. But there was quite a bit of pushing in that corner because that outside line is being very aggressive.
That's the 55 of Dean Wilkinson. He's got the 429 of Paul Witt behind him, and the 63 of Logan Helton back up to the front.
Yep, and one place you don't want to push is one of the corners, but also in the left rear of these ARCA cars. That is one place where you can just find trouble every single time. So we'll see. I thought we were about to see a 4th lane start, and I was like, okay, we just hit halfway. We don't need to go 4 wide just yet.
So in John's correct, we are at the halfway point. Go ahead, Jeff.
We talked about that 24 car earlier and how he had trouble on pit road. His pit sign wasn't working, couldn't find his pit. And just goes to show you these long races, if you're patient and you just stay committed, you can work your way back up to the front. He was leading there for a while, and after such a horrific beginning, it's great to see Everett Lane make that run and get up to the lead there for a little bit.
Well, that's a testimony to your top 10. Guerrero, Delavecchia, Sadusky, Lane, Hilliard, Wilkinson, Workman, Coors, Witt, and Freeze. A lot of these guys, we haven't called out their names today. They've been working their way back up through the pack, but now they're sitting in the top 10.
Yeah, great run.
Exactly. One name that has been fairly consistent up here is Guerrero in that 16. He's been up at the front quite a bit. Helton kind of fell back. 24 now blocks the middle lane. But Guerrero in the 16 has been the kind of the car to beat. He's really been up in the top 5 all race long, finds his way to the front, and is able to stay there as we now have the entire field side by side, 3 rows deep.
Good for him.
That third lane.
Go ahead, Jeff.
That third lane is interesting because you don't really see it leading a lot, but boy, you see guys using that lane to get to the front, and then when they have the opportunity, they drop down, they advance their position. So that third lane has been very useful, but it's tough. I think that 429 is up there now of Witt. He's leading the pack for a little bit. We go into the turns, he'll drop back, but that third lane's been good at getting people to the front.
Yeah, it's definitely a slingshot position. Of course, that 55 of Dean Wilkinson worked his way up through the outside line, dropped down, and look, now he's leaving the low line.
Big look at outside there.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the 429. He was involved in some previous incidents under caution, now finding his way to the front of the pack.
A lot of movement back through the field as these guys begin to find the right line for them as they work their way around the track. Now the 24 has dropped down to the low line. 20 up to the middle. 052 leading the middle line. That's Joe Delavecchia. 20 of Jay Hilliard tucks in behind him. Outside line still has the 429.
Mr. Rincon over YouTube says, let's give a shout out to the broadcasters for doing a great job. Thanks, guys. Well, we appreciate you. Yeah, we appreciate you and watching this race and this event. And thank you for interacting with us. We love when all the viewers get into the conversation, ask us questions, give us their feedback on what they like to see. So thank you for being a great viewer.
Things in that front pack have stabilized a little bit. Guys kind of staying in their lane and just going with the ebb and flow of the runs and the momentum. But I have a feeling that won't last long.
Well, it's just, the calculations, the margin of error is so skinny here. And as these drivers move from between the different lanes, finding the better position, mistakes happen.
Yep, absolutely. And even the best drivers are not perfect. Everybody is going to make a mistake at some point in time. And you just always hope it's not in front of an audience like this.
We're currently in lap 99, about to turn over to lap 100 of our scheduled 188 laps. Joe Delavecchia in the 052 continues to lead the race. Of course, he's battling with the 24 of Everett Lane. It's and the 429 on the outside. So those three guys, they're all co-leaders.
Yeah, exactly. That 429 has been up in the front of that outside lane for quite a bit now. Been a few guys behind him that have dropped down, picked up a spot in the second lane when that outside lane got a run. Just another example. Oh, 429 dropped down now.
Yeah, pretty close. Pretty close racing between the 20 there.
And there's the 63 of Logan Helton out in the leader of that third lane. We talked about Logan. At that last pit stop, Logan was back in 26th position. So he has used that outside lane along with some of the others to improve his position considerably. Now he's back up front and battling for the lead.
So all of these guys from nose to tail are only 2 seconds separating 36 cars.
Yep, oh, got a block to the middle lane. That is the 63 machine.
That's the 63 of Logan Helton.
Mr. Helton back up to the point. I'm going to say sharing the lead now. I think that's a good way to put it. I mean, you have basically 3 leaders out there.
Where we had the 429 on the outside lane. Now that 429 is on the low lane.
We don't see them right now, but that 66 truck of John Garrett, we talked about him when he was up front a while ago. Now he's back in that second, I don't even want to call it a pack. There's a group of 3 cars running back there. And
that's
Brian,
John Garrett, Brian Rainville.
Yeah, they're probably like, I don't want any part of what's about to happen up here in the front because 3 wide racing. I've seen what happened. We've seen what's happened. Going for the same real estate, and next thing you know, you're going sideways or flipping through the air or in somebody's trunk or you're over the fence or somewhere, but not going forward. So I don't blame them. I mean, Brian Rangel definitely said over YouTube that he was going to drop to the back, so he's definitely following in suit with that.
Yeah, that's probably wisdom right now. Those guys are staying back quite a ways. I think they will try to improve their position, but something you get back that far, sometimes that's hard.
So interestingly enough, Sebastian Merritt, who's now currently showing in 10th position. Sebastian, through those previous runs of pit stops and incidents where we had him at the front of the pack, his way was actually had fallen all the way back to like 30th or 32nd position, has now found his way back up to the front. And just if you're looking at the numbers, their current leader, Logan Helton, or in the front, was started 14th. Everett Lane started 35th in the actual race itself. Adam Robertson, who's the 81, he started 28th position.
How many times have we seen that in super speedway racing? You see that a lot because you may have a slow car by yourself, but your car is really fast in the draft. Or you've got the ability to, like they used to say about Dale Earnhardt Sr., he could see the air. And a lot of being able to improve your position is knowing what your car is going to do in certain situations, knowing when you're going to get a run, knowing when you're going to bog down a little bit. So you can see guys come from the back, and we've seen guys win from last place on super speedways before.
This is lap 105 of 188. That makes that we're down to 83 laps to go. John, what's our next scheduled pit stops that we have anticipated?
Calculation, my rough calculation says somewhere around the lap 127 to 131 mark. So here, roughly within the next 22 to 25 laps, they should be coming down pit road. It's been 15 laps since that last caution. So, with about 40 to 41 laps, you're looking right at that number there, about 131, 128 to 131, depending on how much you saved under caution. So we'll see. And it also depends on your position, too, because with the 429 and the 63 being up there in the front, they're going to waste more gas than the drivers behind them, naturally, because they're not getting pulled. So, you kind of have to go off of their strategy unless you want to go maybe an extra lap, which at super speedways, you can save a lot of fuel by going quarter throttle, or not quarter throttle. I mean, you could go quarter throttle, you drop back pretty quick though. You could go 75% throttle, maybe 60% throttle and still keep up. But we'll see what that happens now as the 052 of Della Vecchia is up there at the top. There goes the 24 to the middle lane. Now that is the right way to do that move, because now he's going to get picked up by the middle lane and should get shoved somewhat to the front. I don't know. These moves that the drivers are making out front, it just seems like every time somebody switches lanes, they just stall. So if it was me out there, I'd just keep my lane and just hope and pray that I get a good push.
One thing we haven't talked about tonight is the butt. And one of the things about iRacing is you don't get that seat of the pants feel of a race car. I don't think very many of these guys have motion simulators. They're running just a regular static iRacing rig, so you cannot feel the car moving. You can hear it, you can feel it in the steering wheel, but you lack that seat of the pants feel. The other thing is, I know I'm calling this race sitting in my rig, and my butt is killing me. So can you imagine these drivers? I can get up and stand and move around a little bit. They can't. They are locked in and focused, and they get posterior fatigue, I would think, about now.
Good way of putting it.
Yes, it is. Very, very good way of putting it. And it's it definitely changes how, talking about motion, being able to feel the way of the car's movement, the distribution of weight, the bumps. I mean, it all goes into the kind of experience you want to have. Oh, got a block in the middle lane.
Yep.
It all goes into we're wrecking in the back.
Oh yeah.
Caution's out again here at Talladega.
Pick one, number 3.
That is our 5th caution of the night here on lap 109.
Well, a lot of these guys felt the motion of hitting the wall there, so it was back there, I believe, with the 29 machine, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, there is.
Oh, look at that, airborne. 82 was involved.
Let's try to get a shot behind the 32. That seems to be the potential best look, or the 033. Well, you can see it happening. I'll let it run. Oh. Let's try that again.
Take 2.
Oh yeah, he just comes down on him, doesn't he?
Down into the 82, and then of course that stacks up the outside. You do have a couple. Well, then
18 goes around again.
Yeah, there's a 46. I mean, just same story. Just nowhere to go.
Cars, yeah.
Yeah, just like nowhere to go. Oh, there's a car almost getting completely flipped over. Just nowhere to go in some of these incidents.
Nope.
Nowhere to go, and for the guys in the back, a lot of times they can't see. they have no idea what's coming up. They hear somebody yelling wreck, but they don't know if it's 3 cars in front of them or 10 cars in front of them. And guys slow down at varying rates as we see everybody coming into the pits again on lap 110.
So Matt Swope, we know, had some damage from that incident. I don't think he's using his quick repair, but we definitely see some.
I think one of the things, these guys, they're all experienced at super speedway racing. They know the later we go in the race, the more congested it's going to be, the more chaos is going to ensue. And so they're saving their quick repairs as much as they can.
We got a comment on from Dave Freeman saying 3 rows of cars snaking around the track. They're bound to rub a few scales together. Yep. Well, we've seen that multiple times. And Cody Witt says, "Go Paul Witt, number 429." So got a fan out there for you.
Yeah. Paul Witt's having a great race. Been up towards the front most of the day.
Let's see if we can raise Paul Witt. Let's see if we can. Hey, Paul, got a few minutes for the broadcast booth?
Sure do.
Heck of a race you're running.
Yeah. I had a little bit of trouble in there for a little bit. Had got into a couple wrecks and fell to the back and worked my way back up to the front. So hopefully I can keep it up here.
So with everybody going, 3 by 3 by 3, it seems like there's not. It's calculated patience, I'm gonna say, but how nerve-wracking is that, knowing that whether you're on the high side, the low side, the middle, at the front of the pack, the back of the pack, how nerve-wracking is that, knowing that y'all are going basically 3 wide the entire race?
Oh, it's very nerve-wracking. I mean, it's just white knuckles racing all the way around, and if it goes 3 wide before you can get up in there to get any track position, it's like a parking lot.
All right, well, we'll let you get to it. Looks like the light's about to go off on top of the pace car. Good luck to you.
Thank you, sir.
Well, we can take a moment right now and once again thank the sponsors that are responsible for bringing this race to you. The Pit Stall, Wild Video Tours, Over the Top, and Levy Designs. We want to thank them, appreciate their involvement in iRacing, and particularly the Ryan Sadusky Gobble Gobble 500 that you've been watching. And can't do this without the sponsors that make it all possible.
All right, 77 laps to go here at the Seduski 500. We are about to take lap 113 at the stripe. We appreciate all of you tuning in. We've got an incredible amount of viewers that are watching our stream. We certainly appreciate each and every one of you. If you could if you could like and follow whatever stream or social media platform, streaming platform you are using, so we can bring you some updates and news on other events that we have. Every Tuesday night we bring you these Super Speedway Kings, where you see a lot of these same drivers. They drive a Super Speedway Truck Series. You'll see them at Daytona, Talladega, and Atlanta. And on Wednesday nights we bring you the Tech for Troops Cup Series. That's another league, and Tech for Troops is a sponsor that takes care of our veterans with technology and training. So stay tuned to the IWM broadcast and hope to bring you more of these and other events.
That 24 truck of Lane bringing us to the green flag here momentarily. I would love to see us get in at least one green flag pit stop, guys. Let's see if we can go 45 laps here.
We will see, and if that does happen, that may be our money stop. That may be the last stop of the race. So we'll see if we're able to get that green flag stop in. Pace cars down pit road already. They're about to enter the Geico restart zone to get this race back underway. And here we are, green flag racing back at Talladega, led by Lane and Witt, the 24 and the 429. And everybody's chasing them at the current moment.
We are nose to tail with this restart. You got the 429 on the outside of Paul Witt, who you just heard from, and you got the 24 of Everett Lane leading that low line. As the cars run the backstretch, we're already seeing some jockeying and changing of position. We will see that third lane form up. We've seen it for the past 100 laps.
Yeah, see one car out there all by himself, and then further back towards the back of the pack, you had a couple more out there. Now we've got 4, 5, 6. So it's starting to get together. It won't be many more laps, and they'll be up close to the front.
Well, and as drivers see that line forming, they may duck out of that middle lane as they swap positions.
Exactly. Watch that 16 truck of who is driving? I forget who's driving the 16.
16 is Vincent Guerrero.
That's it, Guerrero. He likes to jump up in that lane if the cars behind him start getting a run. You can see him inching out. He sees them coming. We'll see if he pulls out in front of them.
It'll happen. It'll happen for sure, because that outside lane is formed up by the 06, and they should be making their way up to the front fairly soon, as long as they keep their P's and Q's. Watch them and make sure they're moving to the front. Let's see.
Kind of get a little bit of a better shot. There we go. You can see the outside lane form up, and then another taker jumps up. That's the 62. That 62 is Les Levi, who jumped up there. The Maker's mark, 62.
And it looks like the high line kind of dissipated right there. There goes the 29 to the middle lane. It kind of didn't really go anywhere. They're still hanging around, but not really too formed up. But here goes another taker. That's the 9. That is the 9 of Charles Johnson. We've seen him up front this race. He wants a piece of that outside line.
There are only 6 cars back off that front, and then the 20 jumped up. That's the 20.
There we go.
And there's the 23. And here they come.
Everybody's joining the party.
And if that 16 wants to go, he better make that move now.
Yep. Keeps inching out there, but he's going to lose the opportunity.
It's gone now.
Yeah, I think it's past now, yeah.
So to the top side, Jay Hilliard is on the roll with the 23 right on his tail. That is the 23 of Sebastian Marin. And just like the majority of how this race has gone, we are 3 by 3 by 3, 6, 7 rows deep. You have Lane, Witt, and Hilliard there.
And as you'll see from the tower, Lane, Witt, Wilkinson, Hilliard, Guerrero, Marin, Helton, Fries, Johnson, and Workman are your top 10.
A lot of those names we've seen up here, but some of them are fairly new to running in the front in this race, not new to running in the front in others, but it's good to see some changes taking place and get some other cars up front that we haven't talked about a lot. That 25 of Zachary Workman, we see him in the Truck Series a lot. It's good to see him making his way towards the front. Was running up there in the top 10. There he still is in 10th spot now.
And here goes the 24 to the middle lane. See if that's going to pay anything in a dividend for him, but it doesn't really do much.
Once you're up at the front, there were we're changing lanes and we're moving up. I'm not quite sure the advantage. I mean, certainly you can block that middle lane if that's going to get a run on you and avoid that side draft and losing a position.
I mean, I guess the advantage could be the fact that, yeah, the low line is technically the fastest way around, but if you want to be the fastest on the straightaways, you want to be in that middle or high lane to get that run off the corner, which is typically what you see at Talladega and Daytona, and hence what's happening right now with the 24. So, I like it, but, you know, in the corners, they fall back, but on the straights, they move forward, so.
Yeah, you see that gap after Sebastian Marin, or is that, I get those two cars mixed up. That may not be him. That is that Lowe's machine back there.
That's a 23 of Marin, that is correct.
Yeah, okay. There was a gap in there. Now they're starting to tighten it up now, and that was holding that third line back. With just 3 cars out there, 3 cars is good, but 5 or 6 is better.
So the outside lane is a little bit more organized, but hasn't quite got the same run yet. We have seen some swapping of positions in the low line and the mid line.
And see, the 24 just dropped down to the bottom lane, which he's going to get now eaten up by the bottom lane. It's definitely an interesting move, and I guess it's kind of working. It's just really kind of what lane do you prefer? As that middle lane should have a run down the back, I'd imagine, and they do.
We are lap 121 of 188. Just 67 laps to go, 68 laps to go.
We were talking earlier about the realism that iRacing brings to this simulator, this form of auto racing. And I can remember back during the COVID days when NASCAR took a break, and during that break they started doing iRacing at the tracks they were supposed to be at with most of the drivers from the Cup Series. And those were televised, I think, on Fox Sports at the time. And I remember having friends of mine, I talked them into watching the race on TV, and they did not believe me that it was computer generated. They would watch it for several minutes and think it was a real live race until all of a sudden that Fox would cut away and show the drivers in their racing rigs. And so they've just done such a remarkable job at making this so realistic. These drivers drive like they would drive a real race car. These cars handle very, very similarly to what a real-life ARC car would handle like. And it makes it that much more fun and that much more exciting to watch. See the nose of that 24 car. You can see the lug nuts on that wheel in the center there. That was just such a great shot showing the detail.
Not only do you get the detail on the tires, but you can see the nose, you can see the rubber marks from picking up debris on the track. And you see it.
Yeah, you see a lot of rubber there. They've spent a lot of years and a lot of dollars perfecting this form of auto racing, and much to our enjoyment.
Of course, much to the enjoyment of everybody watching at home, and people who may not be able to actually race in real life can hop on here and get as close to the real life thing as you can get. So it's definitely awesome, and then also people who want to just perfect and hone in on their skills. Like you mentioned before, Jeff, a lot of these real-time, full-time drivers use iRacing as a tool to learn. As see the 24 get blocked and turned, and more turn. That's below the apron. Below the apron now.
24 and the 55.
This may cause, yep, we have another wreck in the middle as well. Well, Rick, I think we caught another one.
We may have caught at least a portion of it. Here we are at lap 125. Certainly have an incident. We'll try to go back and find out the cause of it.
There we see it.
Try to get a better angle. That's Dean Wilkinson right there. Let's back that up
That
just a
24 of Everett Lane's got considerable damage. He's heading for the pits right now.
run this in slow motion. You can see the 24 moving up to the high line, the 029. I'm sorry, the 429 tags in a little
Oh,
bit.
yeah, he gets it.
You
Okay.
got some help.
Yep.
And there's
Fortunately,
the
then
18 and 63. Or 19, rather.
Yeah, the 15 was back in it again.
Yeah, the simulation's deciding to give us a strobe light show here, and there's that's why I think the real caution happened, because everything else was below the apron, but the 88 got spun as well. So definitely a lot of incidents, a lot of different things going on here at Talladega. But that brings out our 6th caution of the evening.
Yeah, Gabe Butler slowing up for the wreck in front of him, and I didn't catch the car didn't catch the number of the car behind him that did not see what was going on and plowed right into the back of him.
So this probably jumbles up our calculations for caution laps. We're now here at lap 125, and the entire field is down, off, onto pit road, and now for the majority are out now. Back on the track.
I think they're still going to have to pit again, right, John?
Yep. They definitely will have to pit, and my calculation says anywhere between lap 166 to 168.
Ooh, right near the end, yeah. Be interesting to see the fuel strategy now if we can piece together a green flag run. Some guys will come early to give themselves time to get back to the front. Other guys are going to come as late as possible, do a splash and go, and just be interesting to see who does what.
So this is our 6th caution of the night, and I would hazard to guess out of those 6, at least 4 of them started at the front of the pack.
So since we're under caution, I'm going to do something that I haven't done all race long, but I'm going to bring in a track fact. So, did you know that Talladega was not actually originally supposed to be built in Alabama? It was actually originally to be built in Atlanta. The original plan was not for this track to end up here. It was actually supposed to be moved or built in Atlanta. And they eventually moved on to find an abandoned airfield in Talladega that was left and unused after World War II, but the city leaders weren't easily convinced, and these hurdles were hopped, and now we have Talladega. So basically, Bill France Sr. and all the early NASCAR guys wanted to build this in Atlanta. So imagine, let's just put a big old super speedway in Atlanta instead of Alabama originally. So that's your random track fact. So without NASCAR and without them pushing it over here to the state of Alabama, we would have this race track in Atlanta. So, I mean, either way, both ended up being a super speedway. So, I mean, that's what Atlanta is right now. But yeah, so it was originally supposed to be built in Atlanta.
That's fascinating. It's a testament to Bill France Sr. I mean, when you read some of the stories about what he did and how he did it, how he built NASCAR, he ruled with an iron fist. I just heard Brian France on the Dale Jr. Download talking about his time at the helm and how things have changed. And it's a lot more committee driven and meetings and multiple people, where in the era of Big Bill France, it was just, I said, we're doing it.
And we're doing it, yep. Exactly.
All right, lights are off on top of our pace car. We should be back to green flag racing. When we cross the stripe, we'll cross it, and it will be lap 1:28 with exactly 60 laps or so to go. The 16 of Vincent Guerrero will be your controlled car.
We've seen he and the 429 up front together several times this race. And it is still way too early to pick a winner, I think. I wouldn't put any money on anybody right at the moment. I think there's a lot of racing to come and a lot of excitement yet to be had.
I think we've got 2 retirees right now, maybe in the pits getting repairs, but that's Bud Steele and Michael Carpenter are out.
Yeah, Michael's actually eligible for the lucky dog at 33 laps down. That's pretty amazing in itself.
Would take a lot of cautions for that, for Michael to get back on the lead lap.
That's right.
Speaking of cautions, we just ended one. We're back to green flag racing here at Talladega, led by the 429 of Witt and the 16 of Guerrero.
Like one of the groovers out in that third lane already towards the back of the field trying to, oh, there they are. They made their way up a little bit. They're together again, moving out to the third lane.
And here comes the high side again, something we've seen all race long.
And we haven't even finished the first lap, and that third lane is fully formed.
Yep, Dave Freeman says the next big one cuts the field in half. I mean, probably with as many quick repairs as we anticipate these drivers have used, I would second that. I would say that the next big wreck, you'll see the field definitely dwindle down quite a bit. But right now, we still have almost a full 41 car field as we started out with. We have a 39 car field right now.
And for the most part, many of these guys have been in the pits as many as 9 times, but at least 7, as many as 9.
Yep, and yep, some fast repairs or some out of fast repairs. Yeah, that's definitely the case for some of these drivers out here. So we'll see how conservative and how safe they'll play it. And we have a blinker in the middle of the pack. I can't tell who that was.
So if this is your first time watching an iRacing broadcast or iRacing in general, we heard the term blinker. That's basically a connection issue with that driver and his internet connection to the simulator. iRacing's computers, basically, that car blinks in and out. Sometimes you'll see it jump around or pop around. That's basically the iRacing computers trying to figure out exactly where that car is while that driver's connection issues, and sometimes will retire.
Exactly. And then, you know, one thing you have to remember here is every one of these drivers is on their own separate rig, on their own separate internet connection, on their own separate city, state, sometime even country. And so the fact that blinking has not completely been negated in iRacing, but it's definitely gone down quite a bit to where you can run 3x3x3, 10 rows deep at Talladega and not wreck, and everybody's on a different internet connection. It just proves to how well iRacing is able to execute their product and the simulation. So it's so fascinating to think that like everybody out here is just on their own internet in a different city or country, and all comes together nice and neat and packed together nicely to where you don't have a bunch of Christmas trees out there. Well, blinkers, but we call them Christmas trees sometimes because they look like blinking lights. So
we're nearly 4 hours into this broadcast. We appreciate you staying with us. We've been through practice, interviews, 3 heat races, and here's our feature with 57 laps to go at the second annual Ryan Sadusky 500 at Talladega. We've got Paul Witt and Les Levy out front. You do have Patrick Groover on that outside lane trying to move himself up to the front. Some familiar names up front. You've got Sebastian Marin, you've got Cody Nagels. We've seen Cody all day in that 06. Kevin Freeze in the 29.
You got the Groover twins back up there as well, up in the high lane. Cars mimic each other, just one number off. The 01 and the 02.
They've got the 29 of Kevin Freeze behind them on that high line with the 19 behind them. That 19 is driven by Donald Sadusky.
29's getting the push, or getting pushed, or pushing the 02 rather. I saw that and I was like, oh, don't push the pusher. That's one thing you definitely do not want to do, especially in these ARCA cars. I wouldn't recommend that in any kind of super speedway style racing, but in these ARCA cars, if you can barely push somebody in the corner, not even push them in the corner, you cannot push the pusher. So 55 to go this time by. Go ahead, Rick.
I was just going to inform our audience, if you're unfamiliar, you've got that lead car out there, and if that car right behind them is tapping their bumper and moving them forward, they can, as collectively, they can go faster. But the last thing you want, as John was illustrating, is that third car in the row or farther back also tapping that car. It just does not work.
It basically just creates, so much lift on the back end of that middle car to where the back end basically will lift off the ground, especially in these ARCA cars, and just spin right around. It's what you typically see. We've seen that tonight already. When somebody gets a push from behind, they will go around. And so it's probably not the last time we'll see that happen, but, especially does not want to happen if you are the pusher, second car in line being pushed by the third car in line. So,
well, it's kind of, some of the reasons why we've actually slowed down these cars. In real life, in real NASCAR, the Cup Series is much slower than what you're even seeing here tonight. From a safety factor, you can go back and look at the history and look at some of those times they were qualifying well over 200 miles an hour here at Talladega.
Can you imagine if they had drafting back then at 200 miles an hour without the draft? They'd probably be running somewhere close to 210, maybe more in the draft. It's nice to see Don Seduski up there in the top 10. He's just moved up to 9th position. This memorial race is the Ryan Sadusky Gobble Gobble 500, and Don came on the broadcast before the race started, talked about his son, and just I think all of us that heard that conversation, Ryan is one of those guys you wish you would have met, that you wish you knew. He was a great friend to everybody, loved his iRacing, and these guys out here today are racing to enhance the memory that people have of Ryan Sadusky.
Well, I mean, they're putting on a heck of a show in his honor. I mean, look at this. I mean, what else would you want from Talladega? I mean, three wide racing the entire way. And yeah, you're right. To go back and listen to that interview if you haven't already. If you're watching this on the replay of the event, or I mean, you could go back now and listen to the beginning of the broadcast. We interviewed Mr. Sadusky there and heard the emotion in his voice and what this means to him. So great to see him, like you said, running up there on the high line, number 19 car, 4th car in line. See if he's able to bring home a win as this race winds down, and we are about to approach 50 to go here in the next couple laps. They have to pit again. So is it going to be under caution? Is it going to be under green? I don't know. My guess it may be under caution the way that this race has gone, but here really within the next 10 to 15 laps, they will be able to make it to the end if they pit one more time. So we'll see who takes it. Is it going to be an early taker? Is it going to be a late taker? We know we've already interviewed some drivers that say they're going to wait to the absolute last second to pit and make that last stint as short as possible. There goes the 01 in the bottom lane. Crossed over, left his brother up in the high lane. Very gutsy move.
Yeah, that was Seth Grover down there. Wow, you don't see third lane to first lane very often.
And if you do, typically you have cars upside down after the fact.
That's actually Patrick Groover, our current leader.
Oh, was it?
I could be wrong.
So you have in the 01, the 01 is Patrick, the 02 is Seth. So the 01 made that move.
Okay. 62 out front now.
Yep, and just wait a minute, it'll change again.
Yeah.
So in 1987, Bill Elliott held the track's record for the fastest qualifying time here at Talladega, 212.8.
Yeah, that's unreal, isn't it?
Just imagine if the current cars did that by themselves and you add the draft into that mix. I mean, they'd be going as fast as Indy cars at that point, hitting 220. There's another car breaking out of the bottom. Oh, car loose, save it. Oh, here we go. We're getting some tight racing as we are talking about going fast. All right, well, looks like everybody is figured out their positioning.
That was the 19 of Don Sadusky was making a run there in that outside lane and got loose on him. It looked like he had to chase it up to the fence.
We got a car on the apron. I think that he's able to make it back up the track. Okay, he's sideways. We're wrecking in the back. Gosh,
yellow flag. So now this is going to be interesting. Lap 140 with a few caution laps here. Somebody's going to risk it.
I mean, it's definitely a big risk. Let's see what happened under this last caution. You see the 81 get tapped by the 9.
Oh, there's a 66.
Logan Helton was just talking on the radio saying that we need to look at his in-car camera for that wreck.
All right, Logan, we hear you loud and clear. We will get you that in-car camera right now. Yeah, I heard him say broadcast, and I was like, that's a first. I've never heard a driver call out the broadcast before.
Yeah.
Also, I would consider that slightly a big one because that involved 10 cars.
Yeah. At least that one was at the back of the field and not at the front.
That is true. That's true. Let's see if we can get Helton's onboard camera for this last incident. See what he saw there in the 63 camp.
Oh, yeah, it looks like he may have driven right through it. All right, let's see what we got inside Logan Helton.
Whoa. Oh, my.
Wow, look at that wheel. I mean, if we have a move of the race, that has to be the move of the race right there.
That is it. Wow, Logan, thanks for pointing that out to us, letting us get a chance to look at that.
So pretty much the entire field has come down and on cue on lap 142 on 141.
Was he? Okay. Was his pit road speed 55 miles an hour 60? Do we know the answer to that?
I can look it up real fast here for you.
I think it's 60.
Where is it?
Is it 60? Because I saw the 81 machine of Adam Robertson. If it was 55, then he was over 55 the entire time. Not trying to call him out for a pit road speeding penalty, but I was confused.
Yeah.
It's 55. Interesting.
Brian Rainville just chimed in under caution and said it's 55.
interesting. It looked like he was definitely over the 55 mark for a good portion of pit road.
One of the things I've noticed lately is it seems to use an average. I don't know if it's an actual average, but I know I've been speeding a couple times and dropped under the speed limit and then never got black flagged for it.
Well,
Interesting.
there are timing marks along pit road, and you can slow down if you've gone over and back up.
Okay.
So let's see if we can grab Seth Groover here. Hey Seth, welcome to the broadcast booth.
Oh, hey. Sorry, I didn't hear that.
Well, we brought you into the broadcast booth. Got a minute to talk with us?
Yes, sir.
How's it going out there?
Pretty tense. We're trying to figure out the fuel. It's pretty dang close. We might not make it, so got my car shut off right now and clutching it. Yeah, we're trying.
Well,
What did you think of... Go ahead, Rick.
No. Go ahead.
I was like, what did you think about your brother's move there, going from the top lane all the way down to the bottom lane there a couple laps ago?
Yeah, I thought he was. We were trying to get him clear to the second, but I didn't know if the bottom was open, and that was pretty gutsy. I'm happy it worked out, but it hasn't worked out a couple times this race. That's for sure.
Yeah.
But it's been a good race. We were hoping to get a green flag pit stop. Maybe we will. Maybe we won't. It's still up in the air. But a good race. We're racing for money here. $400 on the line. And and I want to say hi to my parents who are watching. So got to get that in there.
Absolutely.
All right, we'll let you get back to it. That pace car is about to drop off, and good luck to you.
Thank you.
All right, that's Seth Groover. He's currently sitting in first place right now, first position. We'll see how it goes. Again, we thank you for tuning in to the second annual Ryan Sadusky 500. We are currently at lap 143 of 188. That means there's 46 laps to go. We appreciate you liking and following whatever stream you're watching the IWM broadcast on, Twitch, YouTube, or Facebook. This event here is sponsored by Wow Video Tours, Levi Designs, The Pit Stall, and Over the Top Designs. We can't make these things happen without these sponsors, and we appreciate you.
Absolutely. If you need anything that these sponsors provide, please give them a call, look them up online, and send some business their way.
So you heard Seth Groover commenting that he's doing everything he can to save fuel. There's 46 laps to go. That's kind of just outside the fuel window on these cars.
It is. It's going to be tight. I mean, with 46 to go, I think they're still going to be short. Unless they can save somehow 5 laps of fuel, it'll be close for a lot of these drivers.
If you're leading at all, I think it won't happen. But if you ride in the middle of that pack somewhere, you just might be able to do it. But boy, it'll be close. That is a big risk to take. But for $400, might be worth it.
All right, we are back to green flag racing.
Great jump by Sebastian Marin in the 23 car.
Yep, back to the front, Mr. Sebastian Marin. We've talked about him this race.
Lots of contact between the 510 and pushing the 23. You've got the 19 of Donald Sadusky behind the 02 of Seth Groover. That low line is Groover, Sadusky, Nagels, and Patrick Groover.
Yeah, Don Sadusky did a great job at getting back out. He was running 9th and 10th there for a while. Now he's up in that top 4.
For a second there. There's a lot of scrambling mid-pack back here.
Yeah, the deeper we get into these laps, the more movement we see on the track. Guys changing lanes, improving their position, hopefully. Sometimes not working out for them, but Man, just a lot of movement going on right now.
All right, the 510 continues to lead. That's Richard Sanchez. And the 29 behind him, that's Kevin Fries. Sebastian Marin is in the hunt. Behind him in that outside lane is right there with the 27. That's Steve Korosek. Here comes that third lane. Looks like that's Zachary Lima, I believe, leading that outside lanes charge.
Yeah, I don't think I'd want to be in the lead right now. You're just constantly burning fuel. That lead car, he just keeps his foot on the floor the entire time, unless something happens. And so he's burning fuel faster. The lead car in each lane is burning fuel faster than anyone else.
We're now at lap 147 of 188.
Coming up on 40 to go next time around.
Nine cars still remain on the lead lap. Oh, wrecking.
Big one, number 3, and then we have the simulation that doesn't know what to do with all these wrecked cars. And that's the blinking effect. If you want to see what blinking is, that's exactly what happened. I think that's just a matter of the simulation trying to figure out where everybody is and trying to show where everybody is in an accurate form, and sometimes it doesn't know exactly where the drivers are. So, with exactly 40 to go, we have the big one, number 3. Or 4. I can't keep track.
That is our 8th caution of the night, and unfortunately with the amount of drivers who were involved, there may be a few of them that will not have a repair.
That is accurate. Let's see if we can go back and take a look at the replay of the last big one. Maybe not be the last one, but it's definitely the most recent big one that we have had. Kind of, middle of the pack that started this entire wreck.
Trying to get a feel for where that occurred.
Oh, it was the front. It was a 429 and a 32 up in the top lane.
Yeah. I saw the 429 sideways. There you see it right there. The 071 gets inside him. I'm guessing the 429 may have lifted when that car in front of him got a little squirrely.
Maybe. Was it pushing the pusher?
Does appear to be contact right there.
Yep, there was.
Yep, and that got him in the wall.
071.
Oh, did it hook him?
Yep.
Yep.
Hit him in that left corner, and that was
18,
it.
Oh, look at the 7 car almost flip. And then if you're here, you have nowhere to go. I mean, cars just... And then you're going to see a bunch of Christmas trees. Here we go. And here's our strobe show for the event, folks.
Yeah. The amount of computer horsepower it takes to put all this together is pretty unreal.
It is. And with 41 cars and some cars in the air and flipping around and going backwards, sometimes it's a little bit too much for the computer to handle. So...
All right, so if the question was, can they make it? I think the answer now is probably yes.
I think you're right.
I think so as well. Especially if we have another caution. I mean, they should be great to the end. Because you could save a ton of fuel under caution here. Just clutching it in, turning the power off.
So the real question is, how many are going to stay in the pits trying to get repairs? Right now, we have...
I show 30 cars on the lead lap, is that right?
Yeah, but there's 13 cars that were on the lead lap that are currently still in the pits for repairs.
Wow.
Yep. So there's 2 that are currently out. That's Bud Steele and Michael Carpenter. But on pit road getting repairs Dave Bond, Jimmy Crow, Dean Wilkinson, David Overstreet, Everett Lane, John Garrett, Paul Witt, Joe Delavecchia, Zachary Workman, Gabe Butler, Dan Willoughby, and Luke Gray are all currently on pit road making repairs.
My guess, if they're still on pit road, that means they're out of fast repairs.
Yes, absolutely.
So that's probably going to be the kiss of death for Gabe Butler, who's our returning race winner, the defending champion. Looks like he's not going to be able to repeat unless something very unusual happens, but we never rule him out, but it's going to be extremely difficult.
Right, especially at this stage of the race, you don't know what drivers have what damage, and yes, you can theoretically keep up with the field, but if you are down on horsepower at all, I mean, even 10 or 15, or RPMs rather, if you are down 10, 15, 20 RPMs from what you're supposed to be idling at, you will not run fast, and if you don't have anybody behind you, you'll lose that draft in a heartbeat. So we'll see who's able to make their way up and who's able to actually finish this race off. And, guys, I would love to think that this race is going to stay green to the end, but this is Talladega. If there is anything about Talladega, it's going to be a big one with the laps closing down. I would not rule out 4 wide at all either. So
I am with you. This was caution number 8, and if we've developed a pattern, it's that we're getting fewer laps in between each caution. So the racing is getting more aggressive. Guys are putting their cars in places that they might not normally put them because, hey, there's $400 on the line, and guys are going to go all out for that. Everybody wants to win, but everybody wants that $400.
That is true. That is true.
So you've got a number of guys who were on pit road making repairs. They did the best they could, and they're back out on the track. They may have gone down a lap, but we do have some wounded race cars out there that may or may not have the ability to stay up to race pace.
Yeah, we were talking about Gabe Butler earlier, and he is now 2 laps down. So that's really putting him out. Also, John Garrett, our real-life ARCA driver, is 2 laps down now due to damage. That's a shame. It was fun to see John up the front early in the race.
So it looks like the correction on YouTube is that is a 60 mile per hour pit road speed here in Talladega.
Okay, so I did not mean to say that the 81 was speeding. It all makes sense now.
That's interesting though, because if you look at the race info on iRacing, it says speed limit 55. So not sure where they get the 60 mile an hour info, but I'm not going to dispute it, but it's different than what I show.
Yeah, it's whatever it is, it wasn't a penalty, and it looks like we're back to green flag racing here with 37 laps to go. They should be good on fuel, so I don't have to make any more calculations. But let's see who's able to make their way up to the front. There's a 23 and the 02 to the high side, and here we go. Cars stacking up. Oh goodness.
My gosh.
Here we go. Yep,
a lot
folks.
of movement.
4 wide there. 4 wide.
Wrecking in the back.
Yep.
That was a hard hit. I don't know if you saw that car. That may be the hardest hit of the night.
That was Everett Lane, I believe. Let's go back.
All I saw was the tail end of that car. I mean, completely destroyed.
Yeah, the accident's happening in front of him. There's somebody up in the air and into the wall. There, he gets tagged pretty good.
Well, let's see if we can go back up and take a look at whoever. I think he flipped. That's why his car looks so distorted. I was like, well, darn, he hit the wall pretty hard, but we'll see who was actually involved. I think it was that middle car in lineup. Oh, it was mid-pack. Okay.
Yeah.
Wow, so this was further up than I thought it was. That's
Looks
a
like
20
it's
machine.
a 20 car.
Jay Hilliard there.
Yeah, looks like he got tagged from behind by the 177. Yep.
Got tagged, got hit again, and up in the air. I mean, just got completely destroyed. Rear deck's gone. No bumper on the 20 car. Looks
Still
like to be
drivable though. Look at that. Still got power. That's hard to believe with this damage model.
Now the question is, does he have any quick repairs? We don't know. I wish we were able to tell, but we can't tell. We know the 20 car has been involved in some incidents tonight. And Sports Crazy Boy 1981 says another caution. Yep, that is correct. It's Talladega. If you're new to super speedway racing, or if you're new to iRacing or NASCAR, you know Talladega produces the craziest races as well as the craziest wrecks, and you probably heard me mention the big one a couple times tonight. Well, the big one is when really the entire field gets into the wreck, and we've had 3 of those tonight. So we'll see what happens. But Rick, do you have word on how many lead lap cars we got?
Looks to be there. 27 is my current count.
Wow. So we have cut down the field quite a bit from the start of this event. We'll get a full count once the caution lights come off the pace car. We're able to see who's on the lead lap.
It may wind up being a little bit more, possibly as many as 31 cars. We're still waiting for a few to come out of the pit and catch back up with the field.
31 is what I show right now, but I'm using the iRacing grid, and it only refreshes every lap, so we'll have to wait for them all to come around again.
Yep, I'm showing the same thing on my side, so we'll see what the accurate total is here tonight. But as it stands right now, you have the 18 of Zachary Lima up front, followed by the 06 machine of Neagles, Marin in the 23 and 3rd, Decker in 4th, Freese in 5th, Siebels in 6th, Groover in 7th, Cora 2nd, 8th, Guerrero in 9th, and Robertson makes out the top 10.
Let's see if we can bring Cody Nichols into the broadcast booth. Cody, can you hear us in the broadcast booth?
Yes, I can.
Well, you're 36 laps to go, and you're starting up front with your teammate.
Just got to stay out in front of the mess and hope for good things to happen, and hopefully we can have a fairly clean finish to the race. I think it's been a solid race. I'm not upset about the running we've had.
No,
it's been exciting for sure.
Yeah. Definitely seen you up front.
Well, I like to try to be up front a little more than I've been in this race, but it is what it is. I'm not even sure if I've led a lap in this race yet, but I've been mostly top 10 in the race, and now I'm where I need to be, so we'll just see how it shakes out at the end.
Awesome. Well, good luck, and let's hope, the chaos probably is going to ensue, but you stay out of it, so good luck.
Yep, thank you.
All right, that's your current leader. That's Cody Nagels. He's on the outside. I think his teammate, Zachary Lima, is actually the control car, and the 18 on the low line.
And with 35 to go, pit strategy's pretty much out the window, especially if you pit under this last caution. Personally, I would have pit under this last caution just to make 100% sure that I was good to go on fuel. I know track position is going to be big, but I don't think we are done with the carnage here, especially with what's on the line and everything that's been going on in the race. And we have the 23 looking like he wants to take the lead there.
Squeaking into second spot there.
I think he was trying to save some gas.
Well, that may be his position. I show him currently 3rd.
Yep, I think it would, for sure. And just to give an update on the field, Everett Lane was just given and EOL penalties. So the 24 machine is now at the back of the pack. I believe he will be the last car on. Nope, the last car on the lead lap is Johnson there in the number 9. So
yeah, that 24 car is 2 laps down now.
Yep. So
he may have some damage from previous wrecks. At this point, you just never know what is going on if they're able to make race speeds. So.
Yep. Also on YouTube, Brian Rainville says it's time to go. So, Rick, Jeff, we may see Mr. Rainville come up to the front. I mean, he's in 11th. He's been slowly, methodically making his way through the front. We haven't seen his name called up front yet, but that 11 car is looking to bring home the victory tonight, as he's been watching along the entire race. About to get into the Geico restart zone, and we are green flag racing back at Talladega, about to get 34 to go. Lima and Niegels out front, followed by Marin and everybody else looking for that $400 payday.
Good clean start. That 18 truck of Lima's moving down in that inside. Oh, there! Just as soon as I say it, he moves up to the center lane.
Got a lot of jockeying for position right now. Basically, the front middle pack on back. You have the brothers that have teamed up on the high side, the Groovers.
There's Sebastian there trying to make a run on his own, getting a little help from that 29 car.
Well, remember, guys, the Groovers, Cody Nagels, Zach Lima, Sebastian Marin, Steve Korsick, Logan Helton, all part of the same team.
They are.
A lot of teammates working together here, which you need, especially on a super speedway.
Oh, caution again, the 156. I didn't even see what happened.
Big wreck in the back. Big wreck. Well, Mr. Rincon, you were correct. Going to be one more caution. You were right on the dot there. Money on the line makes guys go crazy. That is, if I've been in any money race, that is probably the best way I could phrase a money race. Is money on the line makes guys go crazy. It is so true. It is so true. If there's any kind of prize on the line, it's definitely going to be at the top of the priority list for these drivers. Let's see what happened here mid back on pack. I think it was actually a little bit further on. Is that the restart? That's a restart. I think we need to go a little bit further on forward. Because this happened on the lap coming to, yep, here we go. Field checks up in the middle. There's the 5 to the high side. The 55, is they going to get into the back?
Oh,
yep.
Oh, he got run to the back of.
Who tagged him?
I can't. So is that the 09 or is that the 00? I believe that's the 00 car of Thomas Holder that got into the back of the 55 of Dean Wilkinson. Spun him right into the 15 machine, knocked the 15 down. 00 gets clipped up in the top lane.
Oh, the 071 lift and get run into from behind then, too.
Yep. And at this point, you're just along for the ride. You get a car, just nailed the 429. Absolutely demolished. You have cars. There's a 24 involved. I mean, another hit.
Double
zeros playing
just...
bumper cars.
Oh, is he going to go upside down here? Maybe, maybe not. He's so close to flipping.
That's
he
the
keeps
9
it on.
car.
Yeah, I mean, these are a lot of previous front runners that were involved in this last incident. You have the 9 of Charles Johnson, the 24 car of Everett Lane. We got a lucky dog coming around.
23, yep. 23's down on the apron, too.
I wonder if he's saving some gas.
Well, I think the fact that you're under caution right now, you're going to save enough fuel.
Oh, for sure. You definitely are. I mean, if you came under this last caution with 35 to go, even without any cautions, you should be good to the end. So right now, it's not even a fuel mileage game. It's just, okay, who's going to be there at the right time, the right place, right time, and a little bit of luck on your side, and you'll be able to bring home the victory. Now, we do have to say, on the track facts, I think we have 2 green-white checkers, not 3. So, with that being said, I don't know which one is correct. Because, Jeff, I believe you said that you heard 3.
I was talking about quick repairs.
Oh, quick
Jimmy
repairs,
mentioned
got it.
3 quick repairs. I think 2 green-white checkers is correct.
Okay, that makes more sense. Okay, so yeah, so only 2 green-white checkers here, which is probably a good thing because we probably, it would, with unlimited, it would be kind of, we'd be going forever.
It'd be a 600-miler.
Yeah, at that rate. But right now, 30 to go, and you have the 23 of Marin out front, your pole sitter.
All right, we've shaken this and stirred this a number of different ways. 31 laps to go, probably at this point 30 or 29 at the line.
I hope we don't get very many more cautions because I'm about out of room on my paper. But 2. It's nice to see Vincent Guerrero still in the top 10. He's the only one of our heat winners that is still in the top 10. Kevin Fries and John Garrett are both further back in the field.
So our information here currently shows 30 cars still on the lead lap. The last car is the 071 of Eric Worre. And at least 1 lap down, we've got Paul Witt. David Overstreet's in the pits, Gabe Butler, John Garrett, Joe Della Vecchia, David Bond, Everett Lane, Dale Wilby, Gray, Mike Carpenter, and Glenn Steele.
Here we are under this 10th caution, and it looks like most of the guys in the top 10 have been running up there most of the day, although Brian Rainville, our in-car commentator, he's sending us messages throughout the race. He's made his way into the top 10 now. He's in 9th spot in that 60 car. And or 8th spot. It moves around depending on who's where. But it's good to see him being able to drive and type at the same time and do a good job of both.
All right, Brian's in that Altel Chevy on the outside. We'll keep an eye on Brian's progress as we are about to go back to green flag racing. Lights are off on top of the pace car, and we'll cross that line with 29 laps to go.
That second lane is well formed up. No gaps. Those guys are staying pretty tight on each other.
Our pace car has dropped off the racing surface. We're about to go back to green flag.
Some green. If I had to, give a double look to the front, it looked like Jeff Gordon and Jimmy Johnson up there at the Pepsi and the Nexus scheme. Yeah, definitely different numbers, but same paint scheme, different sponsor. But right now, that is Marin and Freeze at the point. Green flag racing back out here at Talladega. 29 to go in the Ryan Sadusky Gobble Gobble 500. And folks, if you haven't gotten your popcorn, you better get it now because it's going to be good to the end.
Absolutely. We thought we've seen great racing up until now, and I think we're going to see it take another step up a level.
Yeah, we may even see some four-wide action, which I know they could do it. I know they can. From the races I've seen and watched and called, I know good racing when I see it, and I could expect that out of these guys for sure. Right now, field is stacked up completely all the way in the back. Everybody trying to find their ground, but that high lane being formed by Brian Rainville up in the top in that 60 Altel car. Looking to get a push from one of the Grover brothers.
It's so interesting. The middle lane seems to be the most organized. That first lane, inside lane's falling apart. The outside lane hasn't quite formed yet. We've not seen that inside lane this disorganized for the entire race, really.
Yeah, it's definitely different as we see a lot of cars jockeying for position now. 3 distinct lanes now are starting to form as they make their way around to 28 to go, 27 to go this time by.
Seeing those gaps begin to fill in, that outside line needs to be formed up.
Yep. You're going to see them make their way to the front very soon here.
There's the 45 machine out to the high side. That is Siebel's.
These guys can see that handwriting on the wall as that third lane begins to form up. They're jumping out. Look at that run on the outside line.
Yep, they're getting a heck of a push. Rin Cohn over YouTube says that was kind of quick, so another caution coming. Well, I wouldn't completely throw that out the window, but it's very possible. I hope it stays green, but you know, it's Talladega, so you never know what to expect here. It's now they're 3x3x3 all the way back, 31 cars on the lead lap, all fighting for that top position, for that top prize here tonight.
Sebastian Marin leading that middle lane. He's proven that he can win these super speedway races. The points leader in the truck series on Tuesday nights with the Super Speedway Kings, and having a great run here tonight, along with several other drivers. Our top 10 keeps changing positions, but Brian Rainville's made his way up to 6th now.
Yep. Massive run on the high side. He gave the 45 a great run. 45 all the way up against the wall there, kind of going back and forth, disorganized. That's what kills that run. As they're a little squirrely up in that high line.
Yeah, you can't tell if they're trying to side draft or if that's just somebody that just got a little wiggly.
I can't tell.
It's not easy to push in these cars when you're not used to being pushed. It takes some getting used to.
Yeah, that's true. One little tap on the bumper and you're hanging on for dear life.
Yep, that 60 car of Rainville is trying to give that 45 a bump to the front. As you can see, 3 lines of racing, 10 cars basically in each line, 10 plus cars in each line really, and this is going to prove to be an awesome end to the race as we are approaching 24 laps to go in the Ryan Sadusky 500. Marin out front, Lima, Freese, Siebels, Niegels, Rainville, Guerrero, Groover, Deco, and Korosek are your current top 10.
Right now, most of the gaps are filled in, too, so it's not going to be as easy for people to change lanes. So that outside lane, their best bet is to get a run. Then the 45, I think you'll see him drop down in front of that center lane.
Here comes a push from the 60. Here we go, outside lane. Whoa, a little close there from the 45. Yeah, if you're not used to getting pushed, or if it's not lined up perfectly, these cars get very squirrely. We've seen that all night long.
Yeah, that outside lane's dropped back now. They got to regroup, work their way back up again. You see them in there. I think that's a side draft, but
yeah, they really just drop back to the third row there in the middle lane to 16, and they kind of get squared away. Now, the brothers of Patrick and Seth have made their way nose to tail, so that'll probably assist the 60 and the 45 through the corners, and definitely down the, oh goodness gracious.
A little bit of movement on that outside lane. A little wiggly.
I'm not even racing and my heart rate's up right now. I don't even, it's wild from what I just saw, so.
I hope you folks that are watching at home realize what you're seeing. I mean, this is some amazing driving from guys that don't do it for a living. This, for most of these guys, it's a hobby. It's something they love. It's a passion. but we're seeing some amazing car control, some amazing thought processes. It's a thinking man's game as well as a driving man's game.
Four wide.
Yo! Oh, this is great. If you're not tuned in now, you better be watching. This is what you have come to see. 4-wide racing at Talladega. It has started, and I don't know how quickly it's going to last. I don't know if this is going to work, guys. A little close. 60's kind of caught in the middle.
Caught in the middle.
Yeah.
4 wide. Oh, little.
45 came down to help him.
One touch right back in.
Oh, wow.
Yep. Back in line now, but that was touch and go.
That was amazing. So just to give you guys an aspect of what we're watching here, just watching on a broadcast perspective, in official races, it's hard to run 2 wide.
4 wide. We're back to 4
Now
wide.
we're back to 4 wide. Now we're doing double that at Talladega. 3 wide is unheard of in official iRacing races. 4 wide is absolutely something that you never would want to do. And no wrecking into the 60.
Ryan Rainville into the wall.
Rainville into the wall, and we're wrecking again. And hence why you don't go 4 wide. Oh, we're still wrecking. That's the 033 machine. And someone's doing donuts.
That was Swope.
Well, on cue to what I was about to say is, you rarely see anywhere on iRacing, unless you're looking at the top guys, 3 wide racing consistently lap after lap after lap. That is so hard to find here, and we've seen that all night long.
It's been amazing when you get a group of guys that can string together 500 miles of 3 wide racing. Occasionally we've seen 4 wide that didn't work out well. It's something else.
It is.
482 got caught up there.
Yeah, Matt Swope, wrong place at the wrong time.
Yeah, poor Matt, that has happened. He runs in the truck races, and that's happened to him several times in those truck races too. He's been running a great race, and then all of a sudden, no fault of his own, he gets taken out. I hate to see that happen to him here tonight, running so close to the front.
So both of the groovers were actually involved in that incident.
Yep. I mean, we could see it. I mean, they're 4 wide right there with the 60 up in the high line. And I think the 60 kind of gets either he went down or he got crunched up to the top and then stayed against the wall.
The 19 came down and forced the 5 below the yellow line.
And then there's the 60 up into the wall.
Well, if you look, the green
looks like he got
right
pushed
there,
up.
Yeah, he definitely got forced.
The 45 came in contact. See it here. The 45 contacts the green car. Not sure who that is.
Yep. And then bounces back up into the 60.
Takes into the 60. The 60 bounced off the wall. He's now
the
slowed
60
down.
The 60 does the right thing there and actually stays against the wall. That's actually the right call, because what everybody else would expect is that the driver would come back down the track. And I mean, Brian actually did exactly what he was supposed to do. Wow, what a hit.
Somebody in a white car just went through that melee full tilt boogie, never lifted. And I couldn't tell if he made it or not. It looked like he may have run into someone down at the far end of what we could see.
Well, 19 laps to go, guys.
Yep, 19 to go. And Josh Williams over on YouTube says, is this a league? So this is this is not part of the league, correct, Rick? This is a hosted
session with paid entries because there's cash awards for the winners, and there is a league where a number of these drivers run. It's called the Super Speedway Kings, and they run Cup and trucks and Xfinity class vehicles during the week.
Yep.
Sure,
so
go and search for the leagues. You should be able to find them.
Yep. So the two that if you're watching right now on the IWM Broadcast Network, We have the Super Speedway Kings, their particular league. Obviously, you can look them up, Josh, as well as the iRacing Warriors Motorsports. Look that up on iRacing or under IWM. That is the broadcast network. We have our own league as well. So, so we do have Discord servers for both of those. So you'll be able to find all the information and request. If you want to request into one or both of those, you definitely can. But yes, there are Discord servers for both. And you're seeing a mixed field tonight between the Super Speedway Kings. You have some Tech for Troop Cup Series guys in there as well, which is the headlining series for the iRacing Warriors Motorsports. So yes.
And a number of guys who just are part of Jimmy Crow's other leagues and friends, and just said they're participating in this charity event, and that's what this event is, the second annual Ryan Sadusky 500. And again, as we talked about earlier, there's some guys who are involved in NASCAR in real life. John Garrett is an active ARCA Series driver, and Adam Robinson, who was currently not sure if Adam sits right now. Adam is currently sitting in 17th. Adam is an active team member of Man Motorsports, which is an ARCA team as well.
A little bit of radio chatter right now about food. When you run a race this long, guys are starting to get hungry.
Oh, I'll second that.
Same here. Same here. Jimmy Crow talking about nacho fries. Ooh, that makes me hungry. Oh my.
Well, we know what all these drivers out here are really hungry for is that win. And right now, there's no telling who's going to be at the top. But one name a couple names that have constantly been up there. You have Marin up there in the 23, Lima up there in the 18, the 29. Guerrero as well. I mean, you have all these guys making their way up to the front. And some names we haven't talked about. Levy, Wang in the 41, Decker making his way up there as well. So a lot of names we haven't talked about that are maybe some late chargers and your pre-race favorites of sorts, if you would say, all in this top 10. Field stacks up right now, nose to tail coming in through the tri-oval. Green flag racing will commence here in 3, 2, 1. Green flag racing back out, 17 to go this time by. We'll see if we get some more of that full-out action, but my guess is going to be 3 wide for sure.
You talked about Brian Wang in that number 41 car. First time we've seen him in the top 10 tonight, but Brian is a past winner of the 500 miler that they used to run preceding the Ryan Sadusky 500. So Brian, certainly a competent driver, has been out in the front of this before and knows how to win these races. Let's see if he gets the opportunity.
I've got a message over there, or YouTube. This is a few guys from many leagues, correct? And then Randall Bledsoe said, Adam is my driver in the 81. I had to put him in the seat at the last second due to tech issues for me. Go Adam. So there you go.
So the pit stall is another league here on iRacing, and a number of these drivers are part of the pit stall league, and they're also a sponsor of this league. So we're back to 3 wide racing here. It's getting quite chippy here at the front. 16 laps to go, which is still plenty of time.
Yes, it is. And if I'm not mistaken, is Wang showing as the 5 car, but really the 41 machine on the ticker? Is that correct?
I don't know. He does show as the 41 on the ticker, but
I want to say he's that Shrek car up in the high lane getting a major shove now. We'll know if he takes the lead. Here that is Wang. Wang is in the high side, shows 41, but he is the 5 car on the track. So Wang is your current leader up in that high groove, making away 15 to go.
Sometimes there's an issue with Trading Paints, which is the software program that ties into iRacing, and these guys use to paint their cars, put these beautiful wraps on them. And occasionally, I know from experience, because Rick had to point it out to me, you can be running on the track with one number and on the ticker with another number. And in my case, I had a third number, or a third paint scheme anyway, that was showing on my screen. So if you don't do your trade paints right, it gets messed up.
Here we go, 14 to go, 3x3x3. And the action is just heating up. It's probably going to go 4 wide again. I wouldn't doubt it.
Starting to get a little racy now. Guys moving back and forth, wanting to change lanes, wanting to improve their position. The lower the lap count gets, we're down to 14 to go, the less time you have to get to the front. So everybody's trying hard right at the moment. There's not going to be a lot of give and take. There's just going to be a lot of take. Everybody's sensible right at the moment anyway. Guys moving and looking, trying to find space to advance, but yet nobody making any extreme moves, nobody hitting the brakes or lifting.
Well,
stay clean.
That you may see that happen as the race starts to get down, 5 to go, 4 to go.
I think you're right. That inside lane has developed a gap after the 5th car back there. That number 5 car we talked about earlier, Brian Wang. He's the last
right
one.
Up there.
No.
That outside lane is really doing well to move him up towards the front. The 23 and the 29 continue to lead their lines.
Oh, we have 2 5 cars out there.
Yep, I think the real 5 car is at the bottom. Oh, car kind of in the wall. They're all right.
That's JD Crow. JD Crow is the
JD Crow's 5, yeah.
All right, coming across the line will be 11 laps to go. We are counting these last few laps down.
And you're looking right now. Wang is a previous 500 winner here. Yep. Came down.
That was a great shot.
Let's see if he can repeat. Well, not repeat, but get another win in the 500.
Well, we talked about earlier that he knows how to get to the front, and he's done it. 11 laps to go, and he's worked his way into the lead.
He has. We have a lot of cars getting a little squirrely now, guys. I don't know what is going to happen at the end of this race, but we have a lot of takers, not a lot of givers at this point in time. So we'll see who's able to make their way back up to the front or even stay in the front as we approach 10 to go in the Ryan Sadusky 500.
Well, they're approaching 10 laps on this run. I'm not sure how many laps since they took tires.
Okay, that didn't really work. I think that they came down I don't really know. Yeah, 148. I was thinking.
Okay.
148.
Yeah, so that right front is getting burned up on most of these cars right now because they're not babying their cars right now. They're going full tilt. So that right front's going to get burned up. That's going to make that car push, and it's gonna make guys have to overcorrect, which you all know from driving. When you start pushing, you start putting more wheel into the car, and then at some point in time that goes from pushing to wicked loose. So they have a tendency to move around a lot the more that right front wears down.
You're definitely seeing that right now. A lot of these cars are moving around left and right, especially off corner exit. We'll see how the field shapes out right now. 9 to go.
The guys
Green
have
flag
30,
racing.
30 plus laps on these tires.
Wow.
5 drops down. Well, the 41 drops down, I guess you could say. That's Wang dropping down right there, taking the top spot.
The 18 has moved into the center for the moment.
Big push on the outside from the 15 to the 45. Let's see if that's going to
Lots
have
of
to produce a run.
contact.
Yep, as we got a 4th lane starting to form. Here we go.
Oh boy.
Are we going to get 4 wide?
Or 5
It's
wide
close.
for a moment.
It's
Yeah, the
close.
third lane guys moved up to block that. You're gonna see every driver starting to get a little desperate now with 8 laps to go. The guys in the back are desperate to get to the front. The guys in the middle are desperate to get further forward, and even the guys at the front are desperate to stay there. So everybody's gonna start making moves.
And you're seeing that definitely in the middle on pack in the back. I mean, there's just kind of fanned out a little bit back there trying to figure out what lane to be in. And, you know, it may just be a product of being in the right lane at the right time. You may just need to prepare for potentially an incident. Oh, 9 car got on the wall.
Somebody went down on the apron there too. Looks like they came back up.
Six laps to go, this time by in the 2nd annual Ryan Sadusky 500. Brought to you by WOW Video Tours Over the Top. The Pit Stall and Levy Designs.
About to be 5 laps to go. Definitely lots of movement. It's like a giant slinky out there between these lines.
It's a great way to describe it. Yeah, yeah, that's all. That's a 3 individual slinkies in each lane.
Yep. When that car drops out of that line like that, that affects everybody behind it.
Oh,
wrecking.
Upside down. Oh, maybe not. The car stayed up on all 4s. Well.
6 laps to go, and we've got caution number 12.
Wow, number 12. Well, this is definitely going to be a green-white checkered, I would imagine.
I think you're right. Historically, this race, it's been 4 laps under caution. So we went with 6 to go. We should go back green, maybe with 2 to go, maybe only 1. But it'll definitely be a green-white checker. I think you're right.
So Brian Wang in that Shrek car, number 5, 41 on the tower, but 5 on the car will wind up being, I believe, the control car. I could be wrong. We'll go back and wait for iRacing to sort this out and figure out the telemetry. You come in?
I wouldn't. I think
wouldn't.
I think track position's too key here.
Yeah, especially for the leaders. If one of the guys in the front goes down pit road, I think everybody else stays out, and then his chances are shot. So I think you'll see the front half of the field stay out is my guess. Guys at the back might go in to get tires, and that would be worth the gamble. Yeah, you see. I saw somebody fake. I don't know that anybody's coming to the pits though.
So definitely involved in that wreck. You had Patrick Groover, I think Michael Howitt, Brian Rainville, David Overstreet were all involved. Let's go back and quickly do a quick see if we can see what happened
Oh, little contact there. Was that the 01?
That
Yeah.
was the 01, that's correct.
He taps that car right in front of him.
That's the 60 of Rainville.
Oh, he gets tapped from behind. There it is.
Yep, by
Yep,
Jimmy
pushes him
Crow,
down.
the 39 car.
Yeah, that's
00
Jimmy Crow.
comes up, take out the 60, and then.
Huh?
Yep.
That 5/41 of Brian Wang playing games with the pace car there. That's always fun. That 18 car, I'm not sure why he's running so close to the front. iRacing's got him further back, like 5th or 6th.
Yeah, I show him
Sixth,
currently
it
in
looks
6th on the tower. But
Yeah.
well, the things get settled out where we wind up.
4 to go right now. Probably go green in 2 laps.
So, John, you want to explain to our listeners what the green-white checker is all about?
Absolutely. So with a green-white checkered, you basically will come around and get the green flag. That's the first flag that flies, so you complete 1 lap. And then the next time around, you get the white flag. And so that way you complete a 2nd lap. And at the end of that 2nd lap, you get the checkered flag. Once that white flag flies, the next flag will end the race. More than likely, it will be the checkered flag, so there will be no caution thrown. Typically, that's what you see in iRacing. But basically, it is a 2-lap shootout to the end. You get the green flag, you get the white flag, and then you're done. So, we have 2 of those. We'll see what happens as the field is approaching 3 to go. Next time it'll be 2 to go, and then 1 to go. So, I think, will this technically be... It'll be a green-white checkered, but not an official green-white checker, I believe.
Yeah, that's a great point. I'm not sure how iRacing treats that. I think we'll find out soon, though.
Yep, because I'm looking at the tower right now. I don't see anything from iRacing that says it's a green-white checkered.
Yeah, so this is just going to be a normal finish the race. We have not gone to the green-white checker format.
Yep, I think if it was going to be 2 to go on this current lap, definitely would be a green-white checkered, but...
Yeah, think about it, guys. We've gone 500 miles, almost coming up on 188 laps, and yet it all comes down to this, a 2-lap shootout. Who's in position? Who's got the car to make this happen? These guys up in the front, well, really everybody in the field's running on old tires. So these cars are not going to handle great. It's going to take pretty good effort by these drivers to work hard at getting the win, but staying out of trouble at the same time.
Let's hope we can stay out of trouble for at least 1 lap.
Yes.
Yeah, when it's
to the white flag.
Yeah, white flag and all gloves are off. I mean, gloves have been off, I think, for the last 30 laps. But I mean, it's all going to be a battle to the end. It looks like Brian Rainville does have a clean car. He commented over the chat, so he is good to go to the end. Pace car drops off. 3 to go.
2 at
in
the
the
stripe.
second. Yep, 2 at the stripe in the 2nd annual Ryan Sadusky 500. They're about to enter the Geico restart zone, maybe for the last time, maybe not. We don't know, but we're about to find out. Green flag racing has resumed. Big stack up on the bottom side as they look like to be pretty even going into turn 1.
Yeah, Brian Wang got a good restart there. And that outside lane is, whoops. Well, somebody jumping up to the 3rd lane already, which is going to weaken that center lane. But
That's the
yeah, you
81
got to do what you got to
Adam
do at this
Roberts.
point,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, Brian Wayne just got left out to dry. Oh, we're wrecking in the back. That's a caution.
Yep. 13th caution. 3 to go. Really? Coming up on 2 to go.
Well, now we will have a green-white checker.
Yep. In fact, we will.
We were
Back
talking
and
early in
see
the
what-
race about taking a being able to take a potty break, and one of the drivers just commented to no more yellow flags. I got to pee.
Oh gosh.
Yeah. So that
Also,
was.
that.
It looked like that was Brian Rainville that got collected.
Yep.
Let's try to get a far shot of that.
Yeah, looks like he got turned just by the angle of that car.
Yeah.
It's like
The
the
01 got up on him. Boy, the 01 had a run too. Look at that.
Yeah, that was Patrick Groover. That's a 26 in
Yeah.
front of Rainville. 01 comes up behind, a little bit of a tap, just
And
enough.
Still in a turn. So that 60 car, Brian Rainville, still had his wheel cocked just a little bit, and that
Matt
sent him
Swope.
around.
Matt Swope gets into it.
Oh, those guys almost made it.
I think he locked it up though. I don't think he hit the inside wall.
That's the 00 of Thomas Holder that Matt was right there with. A little bit of contact.
A little bit there, but kept his nose off of him, which that's where you end up getting motor damage if you take too much of an impact on the nose, and that'll put you out.
So interesting, you got Logan Helton, who's currently coming down pit road. He does have some right side damage there. Just kind of, you just saw. You're watching.
Well, it looked
closely?
like he had must have
He
had a
did.
quick repair left.
He did. He had a quick
All of a
repair.
sudden, that car healed itself.
All right, so we are going to be completing this race under a green-white checker condition. Let's see if we can reach Kevin Freeze. Kevin, welcome to the broadcast booth.
Hello, how's it going?
How are you doing?
Good. We're just having a funny race discussion, but doing good.
Well, sorry to
It
interrupt your discussion.
sounds like guys are hungry and in need of other bodily functions.
Oh yeah, big time. This is painful, literally painful right now. But
Well,
this has been so much fun tonight.
you
Well,
know
look,
it. Go ahead, Rick. Go ahead.
Just go ahead.
I was going to say it won't be painful if you're able to bring home the win. So, what do you think? What do you think is the key to winning this race right now?
So I'm gonna have a whole bunch of teammates lined up right behind me up top. So how this shakes out is gonna be pretty interesting. But I don't know what's gonna happen here. It was nice on the bottom where I knew I was pushing Zach and I was gonna stay with him, and then that caution happened. It just threw a gigantic curveball. I know Brian got hung out, but the caution came out fast enough to keep him in third. So this should be fun to watch, at least.
All right, Kevin, and remind me your team.
What was that? I'm sorry.
And just
I
remind
got
me
Jimmy
your-
talking.
Just
I'm
remind
with
me.
Team Bootnaka.
You
I
got
got
it.
Zach. I got Brian up here. Hopefully we can all score some good finishes.
Well, good luck to you. Hope to talk to you at the end of the race.
Absolutely. Hope everybody's enjoying this show.
I'm sure they are. All right, that's number 29. That is Kevin Freeze.
Cars have formed up too wide, and the lights are off on the pace car, which is a good sign that we are going for this green-white checker. Yep, iRacing has flagged it. Green, white checker, 1 of 2. So if we don't make it through this one, we've got one more chance. But if we take the white flag, then the next flag ends the race. Got some good cars, good drivers here at the front of the pack. And this is, it's been an exciting race, but I have a feeling we're in for a very exciting finish.
I 100% agree with you. We've had chills and spills for 13 cautions tonight. Nearly 500 miles already in the books.
Brian Rainville says, "Hold my beer, clean car."
I think that was before the last event.
Yeah. Yeah, I tell you what, all the guys in the front here have won a 500 miler before, so or most of them, I should say.
Yeah.
And that's just going to make it even more interesting.
Well, he may have banked 2 quick repairs, and so now he's got his second one.
Yeah.
So we'll see how he shakes out. He's got a bit of positions to make up. I think he's 31 on the tower, but we'll keep an eye on that.
Whoa.
60.
Yeah, what a story that would be. Able to come back from 31st and win it. But right now, pace car makes its way down pit road. Workman on the inside, Breeze on the outside. You have Wang, Marin, Lima, Siebels, Coors, Guerrero, Robertson, and Korsek. Your top 10. Who's going to bring it home in the second annual Ryan Sadusky 500? We're about to find out as the green flag just flew. Green, white, checkered. Underway.
29 getting a great push from the 23 there.
A little bit of maybe impatience in that back of that field as that low lane got a little bit of a slow start, it looked like. So that 45 dancing a bit.
Oh my. Already cautions flying. Must have been at the back of the field. Looked like
Thomas Holder and Matt Swope may have got together.
Maybe.
No, that may be the previous incident. Let me just scroll back and see what the truck is telling us.
Yep. So this will be the final green, white, checkered that we have. So if a caution does come out, we have to pay very close attention to who is leading at that point in time. At the 01 again?
The 20 and the 01,
Yep.
I think, got involved. The 20
Yeah,
may
once
have
again,
checked
the
up.
01 looks like he got a big run.
Yeah, the second time in a row.
Yeah.
So I just saw a flash out of the exhaust. So there's the outside line had a huge checkup. So you saw that with the 82.
Okay.
And then the 20, you saw a little bit of burst of fire out of their exhaust pipes. That says that driver has let off. So they take it again forward. You see Swope right there. 20.
Yep. He lets up, and then
lets up,
01's in the back of him before he can react.
Yep. And unfortunately, both come down into the 429. It gets involved a little bit. The 63 rides up the outside. And so that looks like that's the extent. There's Brian Rainville making it through that.
I think he got into the wall, though.
Yeah, I think he did too. It was either must have been before that.
Oh, yeah, because there was another accident right there. So 2 accidents.
Oh, yeah. Look at that.
All right, we'll let this run through for Brian Rainville's position.
Ooh, makes a nice evasive move there.
Nice move.
Second rack happens.
Oh,
that puts him up into the wall.
It's like the 39 of Jimmy Crow came up and he caught him, and then into the wall he went.
Yep, you can see the car sparking already. That's probably the end of his day.
Brian said, "Now I'm done."
Poor guy. Well, Brian, thanks for giving us updates throughout the race. You've given us some good things to look at, along with Logan Helton. Also, we had that one in-car view from his car showing us how he made it through one of the big ones. And he was able to let us know through the chat session as well. So some of these drivers doing double duty, being able to chat with the broadcast team and drive all at the same time.
All right, our 14th caution. This will be our last caution. Whatever happens next is what happens. This will be our last green-white checker.
Yep, it will. Well, it may not be our last caution. We may go to 15 if a caution comes out before we get the white flag, but
that's how we'll finish.
That's true. That's true.
That is how we will finish, and hopefully that's not. But right now, this is you're correct. Last green, white checkered, and Sports Crazy Boy 1981 says, hoping this time a green flag finish. Yes, we do too.
Yes.
Dave says, good thing we held your beer. It says that to Brian. Oh, jeez. Well, he gave it a shot.
He sure did.
Yep. Sometimes you get caught up in things out of your control. So,
well, as
guys,
as it famously has been told to me numerous times, sometimes you're the bug, sometimes you're the windshield.
We have a lot of guys wanting to be the bug. I can think of about 4 or 5 drivers right now, maybe a few more, that are saying, I'd like 400 Benjamins to go, please. That's their takeout order. They won't worry about food if they can win. Yeah, that's right.
Man, 400 Benjamins, and that would be a whole different event.
It sure would. So the lights are off on our pace car. We're about to go back to green flag, which will be however you slice it, green flag, checkered flag, green, white, checker and a yellow. Doesn't matter. This is the end of the race. We are currently, as we're coming around, we have at least 28 cars still. 29 cars are on the lead lap.
Adam Roberson made his way into the top 10. He's that team member from Man Motorsports in the ARCA series. So it's good to see him doing well tonight. John Garrett, who's a active driver in the ARCA series, got caught up in a few messes, unfortunately, and didn't have a good, strong finish, but he was up front and leading for a little bit of the early part of the race.
Yeah, we saw that Randall Bledsoe had commented that he was supposed to be in the race. He had some technical issues, and Adam has filled in for him. So, heck of a job by Adam. He's got to move his way up through the field. Adam started 28th, and he's picked up 18 positions as this race has gone on.
Wow. Great job, Adam. Todd Seibels is up here in the front, and he did not even qualify. He did not run a qualifying lap, so started towards the back of the field and ended up, I don't know where I think he finished well in a heat, though, so he would have started somewhat towards the front, and but didn't run a qualifying lap, so did a good job at coming from behind in that heat, and now is up here contending for a win.
Pace car is off. Zachary Workman in the 25 is your control car.
Here we go. Last restart of the day. Green flag is out. Freese, Workman, Marin, Wang, Siebels, Lima, Guerrero, Corset, Cowers, and Eagles is your top 10. Who's going to bring it home tonight? We already got 3 wide action up at the top. Let's hope they can make it around, finish this race under green flag conditions. That 9 car is looking aggressive up in the top lane, trying to get that outside lane to work a little bit more. Here they go off of turn 2.
18 still out in front.
By the backstretch, we are 3 wide, 27 in the wall.
Big
They are
win.
wrecking.
Oh, there we go.
Who's going to win it? I think it's Workman.
Racing to the finish now, guys. He's got the edge, although that second lane's coming up.
I think that should be it.
Yeah, I think that's how it's when the incident occurs. That's how it's.
I think it's work.
Do they freeze it or do they run back to the flag?
I think it's frozen.
I think it is frozen. Is it?
Yeah, iRacing just called Zachary Workman as the winner.
Still shows final lap.
Yeah, I know. I'm still getting.
Yeah, there's conflicting reports on the radio. Somebody on the radio said, watch, the pace car is going to come out.
Pace car has come out.
It has. That 25 car was the leader, I believe, when that caution flag flew.
I think the pace car picks them up, and then they will cross the line with the pace car, and then that will be the end of the race.
I think it will. Well, we'll see how this stands. But as it stands right now, what we're being told is that Zachary Workman is your winner.
Brian.
Somebody trying to get their lap back there.
Wait, that's going to cause a major shakeup in the order, though. Look at the running order right now.
Oh, yeah.
Okay,
now,
there we go. Okay, now it fell back.
They fixed it, yep.
Yeah, I was like, wait a second. I think...
Okay. The unofficial results have come through. And you are correct.
Sebastian Marin. Yep, Sebastian Marin giving Zachary Workman a little tap on the fender there as a congratulatory bump.
And then your previous 500 winner, Brian Wang, finishes in third.
Okay, so
great racing tonight.
Amazing. Yep. Great finish, Zachary Workman. Zachary may show as the 25 in the tower, but his car is painted with an 18 on the side.
It is, and there's Marin, the 23, doing some...
He's celebrating.
Drifts, I guess. I don't know what you would call that. But that is your winner, Zachary Workman.
What
a run.
Guys on the radio still talking through that last incident. I mentioned it before, but it's always good to mention it again. So good to see these guys race with the respect that they do. I think we need a little more of that in iRacing. It's frustrating sometimes to run in, especially if you get in some of the like the ARCA cars or the late models, trucks, even things like that. That guys don't have the respect for one another, especially in the lower splits. And it's I just like to see it when guys that really know what they're doing can come out here. They can race hard. They can race clean. We didn't see any intentional bumping tonight. We saw some incidents. We saw a lot of yellow flags, but none of it intentional. And guys fessing up to it and apologizing for it after the fact.
Absolutely, as you see, the 18, which is a 25 on the tower, and the 23 doing some burnouts right there. There comes another car through there. Here's your unofficial results, your official results for tonight's second annual Ryan Sadusky Gobble Gobble 500, brought to you by Wow Video Tours, Levy Designs, The Pit Stall, and Over the Top Designs. Your winner, Zachary Workman, followed up by Sebastian Marin in second, Brian Wang in third, Kevin Freese in fourth, Zachary Lima in fifth, Noel Coers in sixth, Adam Robertson in seventh, Donald Sadusky in eighth, and Seth Grover in ninth. Rob Connors makes his way up to 10th. Rick?
In 11th, you've got BK Anderson. In 12th, Patrick Groover. 13th, Logan Helton. 14th, Les Levy. 15th is Steve Korzak. Todd Siebel's in 16th. You've got 17th is Paul Witt. 18th is Dean Wilkinson. In 19th, you've got Michael Howitt. 20th is Thomas Holder.
The 21 car of Charles M. Johnson, 21st place, the 9 car of Charles Johnson. Cody Niegels in 22nd. Vincent Guerrero, who we talked about being up front quite a bit tonight, in 23rd. Richard Sanchez in 24th. J.D. Crow, 25th. We're now into the lap down cars. Eric Laurie in 26th. John Garrett, 27th. Gabe Butler, last year's winner. I know it's disappointing for him. Finished 2 laps down in 28th. Got caught up in a big one there towards the end. Matt Swope in 29th. And Jay Hilliard in 30th.
31st, Harold Decker. 32nd, Jimmy Crow Jr. 33rd, Brian Rainville. 34th, David Overstreet. 35th, David Bond. 36th, Joe Dellavecchia. 37th is going to be Everett Lane. 38th is Dale Willoughby. 39th, Luke Gray. Michael Carpenter is in 40th, and the 41st is Bud Steele. All right.
Yeah,
well,
sad to see some of those guys go out early due to some of those early cautions.
So Zachary Workman is completing a Polish victory lap, made famous by the late Alan Kowicki.
So what if iRacing can show him climb out of the car and run up to the tower and grab the checkered flag?
Yeah, I don't think that's possible.
That'd be awesome if that was a feature for sure.
Let's go ahead and try and bring in our third place finisher, Brian Wang. Hey, Brian, welcome to the broadcast booth and congratulations.
Thanks, guys.
Tell us a little bit about your final thoughts on that finish.
Yeah, it was obviously 2 green light checkers and then another yellow to finish it out. But yeah, I'm pretty happy with Zach up there, and congrats to Sebastian in second. Thankful that I got third, and I thought nice that Kevin and Zachary Lima got fourth and fifth.
Yeah, it certainly was an exciting race. A lot of cautions, but certainly it was, a lot of them were started at the front too. So it was a very interesting event for sure.
Yeah, quite a few cautions, but it was some really good racing throughout the whole pack. Yeah, some pretty intense moments here and there. Yeah, just some really good racing today.
Yeah, we saw some 3 and 4 wide at times. It was exciting here in the booth as well. Any shout-outs for today?
Shout out to everyone at Team Bootnaka, of course. Shout out to you guys for broadcasting, and Jimmy Crow for setting the whole event up. And shout out to my friend Owen.
All right. Congratulations. That's Brian Wang on his third place finish.
Congratulations, Brian.
Yeah, congratulations.
Thanks, guys.
All right, thank you. All right, so that's Brian Wang, and that's third place finish. Let's see if we can find Sebastian. You saw him out there doing donuts out there.
Yeah, his car is still sitting at the start-finish line, I think.
Sebastian, welcome to the broadcast booth. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. Thank you very much.
That was a wild finish.
Yeah, it was very wild. Didn't want the yellow. We had a little bit of miscommunication between us teammates. Steve and Cody were the 2 guys behind me, and Cody didn't hear Steve say that I went up, so he had no idea I was in front of him. So when he checked up to pick me up, Cody was still full throttle, and unfortunately that yellow came out. I almost, even with the momentum, I almost beat Workman, but just came up short. Can't be too disappointed with second. The racing was amazing. Obviously, the last few yellows were, it was the end of the race, so things were happening. Of course, it would have been nice if it went green to the end, but it's racing. There's way too many things that can go on. So I can't be too disappointed with second, and my other teammate finished fifth. So still a relatively good race.
Any shout-outs you'd like to throw out there?
Yeah, I'll give a shout out to the teammates I was working with for the race: Cody, Zach, Steve, and Logan, and both Groover brothers. We were in there just having fun racing. We were chit chatting most of the race, and it was a lot of fun to race with them. It's unusual that all of us usually race together. We usually all race in different teams, but for this one, we all ended up together, so it was a lot of fun. And I'll give a shout out to Jimmy for putting on this 500. I always love his 500s. It was a lot of fun. I really enjoyed racing this car. And I'll give a shout out to you guys for putting on this broadcast and putting up with what was it, 4 hours? 4 hours of racing?
Somewhere around there.
Time.
Yeah,
long race.
Man. It was a fun, long race, and I cannot wait to take a break. I am spent.
All right. Well, congratulations on your second place finish.
Thank you. Thank you very much, guys. Have a good night. Hope everybody enjoyed it.
I'm sure. Thank you.
I wasn't sure where he was going when he said he couldn't wait to take a. But, okay, where are you heading with that one there, Sebastian?
All right, let's grab Mr. Workman here. Zachary Workman, congratulations on your finish.
Yeah, we got it somehow. I don't know how.
Go ahead, John.
I was gonna say, Zachary, you were at the right place at the right time. It was a wild finish, with multiple cautions coming out there at the end. Just give us a rundown of your game plan, if you had one, for the race, and how you were able to be there at the right time.
Well, first half, I just wanted to stay as clean as possible. Just kind of ride around, just let the nerves calm down a little bit and stuff like that, because this is the first kind of 500 race I've done. Just rode around for a while, just waiting for the right time to go. One of the times we were getting close to green flag stop, so I was going to try to make a couple positions, but we avoided a lot of wrecks today. I don't know how. We kind of braked at the same time or moved right, and it was all good. But at the end there, when I got my lap back, that was probably the biggest moment of the race, because I passed Paul before the backstretch, and then they crashed entering turn 3 around lap 140-ish. And we barely squeezed by. Like, I was between the grass and the car sliding down. And if you don't slide by there, Paul gets his lap. And I don't know if we ever get back up there. But, yeah, we're going through third lane. I knew I had to get back up there. I was running 25th with about 30 laps to go. And I knew I had to get back up there. Just trying to avoid as much as possible, see which lanes were moving. And I had a good team behind me. And we got up there to the front somehow. And then the green flag. The cautions came out at the right time, and we didn't really have to do much. Just restart and go half a turn, and we were still leading, so I'll take that.
Well, congratulations. Any shout-outs you'd like to make tonight?
I'd like to shout out my team. There's, 12 out of 12, 13 people. I don't know. Bunaka, all those people. Thanks, Jimmy Crow, for putting this on. Thank you guys for watching this. I know this was a long race, almost 4 hours. I'm sure you guys are tired. I'm hungry. I'm probably going to eat some Taco Bell.
Good call.
And, yeah, thanks for Jimmy for putting this on. Thanks Donald, for putting this event name on. I know we're racing for his son. So I'm glad that I could put in victory lane for him, because in other leagues I run the 19, and he runs the 19 and SSK and other stuff. And, I'm just proud that I can put the 19 up front. I know it says 25 in the game and it's 18 on the car, but I usually run 19, so it's pretty cool.
Well,
pretty
good, good run tonight. Congratulations on your win. And I gotta know, because I like Taco Bell. What's your go-to? What's your go-to Taco Bell? What do you get? I usually go pretty cheap, because I usually get the cheesy bean rice burritos. They're like $1. Okay.
I'll get like 4 of those, and then we'll get some Baja Blast freeze.
You got to get the freeze. 100%.
And nacho fries are back, so we're gonna get those. I might get a Mexican pizza for Jimmy Crow. So
Might as well. You got some winnings to spend. So.
Bad to say, you got some prize money here for this. So
buy out a store
right.
of Taco Bell with that much money I got. But yeah.
Well,
also got to shout out the parents and girlfriend before I forget those. They yell at me when I don't do that, so I'm gonna shout them out really quick.
Understood.
All right.
Absolutely.
Congratulations and good luck to you.
Great job, Zachary.
Thank you guys. Thanks for broadcasting this.
Got it. Okay, that was your winner, Zachary Workman. Let's see if Jimmy Crow is available just to give some closing parting words. I'm sure he's going to apologize for the cautions, but he can't control that.
No.
Jimmy, I figured we'd give you a couple words here as the final words. We really enjoyed the race. Great to broadcast.
Yeah, a little more cautions than I would like, but like Gabe said, we were out there racing, not just riding around logging laps. We were 3 wide from the get-go. I hope y'all had a good broadcast. I wish the caution count would have been lower for Ryan, but I'm glad the guys had fun, and I appreciate y'all.
I've never seen that, Jimmy. I have never seen 3 wide racing for an entire 500-mile race. I mean, these guys put on a show.
Yeah, pretty wild. They did a good job. I wish we could have got a green flag pit stop. That would have helped a little bit. But we were racing the whole time.
Yep.
So, Jimmy, I brought Donald into the booth here today. I just want to say, we really appreciated everybody's efforts here with this annual event for Ryan, and we enjoyed speaking with him earlier and get a chance to talk with him. Donald, can you hear us?
He cut out there. He started to talk.
He may have stepped away. He probably had to go use the restroom. Everybody was probably trying to drive, trying not to go on themselves. So that kind of brought an element to it. It's grueling though. I don't know how them drivers, do it in real life. I got more respect for them. It's a lot tougher than you think.
Sure is. Well, thanks again for giving us this opportunity to broadcast this event on the IWM Broadcast Network. We had a blast.
Oh, yeah. Thank y'all so much. Again, appreciate IWM Broadcast Network. Y'all are amazing. Again, Ryan Sadusky Gobble Gobble. We're going to do another one next year, of course. And then January, be on the lookout for the Jimmy Crow Senior Daytona 500. Hopefully, it's another good show. And again, I appreciate everybody, all the sponsors, Pit Stall, Wow Videos, Over the Top Designs, Libby Designs. Everybody had a part in making this happen. And I appreciate y'all in the booth.
Well, we appreciate you. All right, folks. That wraps up our event here at Talladega. I want to thank my co-hosts. I've enjoyed our banter and our time together, John Derudris and Jeff Nini. We hope that y'all had a great time watching and listening, and have a great night.
Good night, folks.
Good night.